Okay. Okay, so no. Okay. See what they say. Hmm. Wiem, że... Okay, let's listen to something that I'm gonna enjoy listening
to. We are a long way from this kind of situation, for now. But the second is that it's pretty dangerous to assume that the unaffordable housing problem has a natural limit. If we aren't very proactive with policies around home construction, responsible lending, and new development, there is nothing to stop us trending in the same direction. In fact, we kind of already are. For the first time in over 160 years, the number of people living in the average American household actually went up, despite declining birth rates, simply because more generations were living in the same home. At the same time, in more than 50 years, average houses started to get smaller. Now, I would love to conclude that we are all simultaneously getting closer to our families and more environmentally conscious at the same time. But let's be honest with ourselves. We are doing this because we have to. What almost everyone seems to be asking is, why don't we just build more homes so young people don't get stuck living with their great-grandma? Well, we've been trying. The number of houses in America has never been higher, and even on a per capita basis, we are doing well by historical standards. What's more is that if you looked around most big cities in the country, you would be forgiven for thinking that we are in the middle of a development boom, because we kind of are. The problem is that these new homes are almost entirely made up of high-end luxury apartments or McMansions that are out of the price range of people who don't already own real estate. Even those who have benefited from increased home prices can't keep up with these new developments, which is why hundreds of thousands of these properties are now sitting empty across the country. So then, why don't we just build what everybody says they want? Affordable, medium-sized, medium-density housing. Well, the good news is that there are dozens of companies that are raising hundreds of millions of dollars to fill this potential gap in the market. The bad news is that they are almost certainly going to fail, and that's if running an honest business was their actual priority in the first place. Okay, so the price to construct a home has increased a lot, and there are a lot of reasons why this is happening. But most of those have been focused on recent changes that have occurred since COVID, and we will get to those. But a longer-term issue is that we just kind of suck at building houses. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, construction, and in particular residential construction, is the only major industry in the country that has not become more productive since 1987 when they started collecting this data. Productivity measures how much output we get for every hour of work that we do. For example, in the motor vehicle industry, new technology and better manufacturing processes means we are making 3 times as much value in automobiles for every man-hour of work as we were back in 1987. Admittedly, this can sometimes be a little confusing, because cars have become more expensive. So this doesn't directly mean we are making 3 times as many cars directly, but we are making more cars that are more complex and more valued in the market. In the commercial equipment industry, we are now almost 30 times as productive as we were back in 1987. This shouldn't be that surprising. It's the basis of our GDP, which is almost 6 times higher than it was back in the mid-1980s. But over that same time, construction has actually become less productive. To oversimplify, we are only getting 80% as much house for every man-hour spent on construction, even though in almost every other sector of the economy, we are much more productive. This drop was almost so unbelievable that the Fed commissioned an investigation into the sector to find out if they were messing up the data somehow. The report tried to make the argument that maybe new home construction was just of a significantly higher quality, which is why it was taking longer. And well, this probably isn't surprising to anybody who has toured a newly built home recently, but there was no evidence that building standards have measurably improved.
A 30-year mortgage at Michael's age essentially means that he's buying a coffin. If I were buying my coffin, I would get one with thicker walls so you couldn't hear the other dead people.
After looking into almost every possible issue with their data, the conclusion was that, nope, the construction industry really had gone backwards, which begs the question, why? Well, there are a few reasons. The first might come as a shock to you if you have watched this channel for a while. Yeah, no, I'm kidding. It's private equity. Trade businesses like roofers, plumbers, carpenters, and general builders have been some of the most popular acquisition targets for private equity investors over the last 2 decades. The way this typically works is that a large PE firm will target a regional market and slowly buy up all of the electrician businesses in a given area. Once they have an array of these companies, they will centralize sales, bookings, administration, and other overhead to theoretically save on costs and make these businesses more competitive in the marketplace. Now, if that's where the business strategy stopped, it honestly wouldn't be that bad. Business owners have a way to sell their business to fund a retirement, and lower operating costs could, in theory, be passed along to consumers. But of course, in reality, it rarely works like this. To acquire these businesses, PE firms borrow a lot of money so they don't have to put in too much of their own money. That debt needs to be repaid. So realistically, what they actually end up doing is replacing the cost of hiring lots of independent local staff with the cost of paying back lots of debt, leaving little room for actual cost savings. And that's assuming they wanted to give you a good deal in the first place. It can be really hard to tell when a business has been acquired because on the surface, they usually keep their old branding. This means it's possible that if you do the responsible thing and get 3 quotes from 3 different plumbing companies to work on building your new home, you might actually be talking to the same business 3 times over. And they don't exactly have much incentive to compete on price against themselves. To put this into perspective, Goldman Sachs is technically now the largest HVAC company in America. The impact of local micro-monopolies was something that the FTC was starting to pay attention to. However, officially, they are no longer looking into this problem. This explains part of the reason why housing has become more expensive, but theoretically, the free market should slowly undermine these profiteering businesses, right? Well, even with all of these tactics, the industry is struggling financially because of the productivity problem. And according to the data, billions of dollars worth of outside investment has only made it worse. But don't worry, the tech bros have a solution. Okay, so there are 2 main reasons why American productivity has grown so much in most other industries. The first reason, as you could probably guess, is technological improvements. The example from earlier, car manufacturing looks very different today than it did 40 years ago thanks to a lot of automation. Other industries like tech have developed even further. According to company financials, Apple makes $2.4 million in revenue per employee. That's because in new roles like tech development, a few man-hours of work on a new feature can be leveraged over billions of devices within their ecosystem, potentially making hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. Going all in on technology has had its problems, but it has made our economy look really good, at least on paper. The second reason American productivity has improved in most industries is not really because we have become more productive at our jobs, but because we have taken the least productive jobs and outsourced them overseas. Business majors and economists call this the service pyramid. The people at the bottom, in the primary sector, harvest the resources in mines and on farms. The people in the middle, the secondary sector, turn those resources into products, and the people at the top, in the tertiary sector, coordinate everybody else. Over the last 50 years or so, we have been moving the bottom of the pyramid to wherever has the most resources to harvest, and the middle of the pyramid to whoever has the largest and cheapest workforce. That left just the creamy jobs up here at the top for us Americans, which are theoretically the most valuable. Someone working on a production line making Labubus can only really generate so much revenue in an hour no matter how good they are at their job or what kind of machinery they are using. Someone running a marketing campaign for all that glorious consumer slobs can make a lot more. It's a cool trick that definitely didn't have any unintended consequences like gutting entire industrial regions that used to be the middle of the pyramid. But we couldn't really do the same thing with construction. A residential construction site today looks roughly the same as a residential construction site from the 1980s. Builders use slightly more modern tools and materials, but the change hasn't been nearly as drastic as it has been in factories and offices. And because a house is built where it stands, we haven't been able to outsource these jobs either. Although, to be honest, we kind of have. We will need to talk about that later. But before that, we need to look at how the venture capitalists are planning to change this broken system. If you've been paying any attention to the construction industry, or you follow any real estate influencers, you've probably seen a lot of new companies raising billions of dollars to build homes and factories. The idea actually makes a lot of sense. If homes are mass-produced in a controlled environment like a factory floor, then we could use the same kind of automation techniques that made things like the car industry more productive while residential construction remained stagnant. Mass-produced homes could be designed once and then copied like any other mass-produced product to reduce unit costs, instead of the current standard practice where almost every home is a one-off custom design. Building within a controlled environment like a covered factory floor also means that quality control could be more carefully monitored, and delays due to inclement weather wouldn't be a factor in construction times. For the companies themselves, the business opportunity is even bigger than that though. If homes become mass-produced from broadly recognized companies, there is an opportunity to make a lot of money from branding correctly. Your home probably doesn't have the builder's badge on it like your car does, but factory-produced home models that are recognizable could charge a premium over regular homes if they are branded correctly. So it's a promising business opportunity for all parties, if it works. The problem is, it hasn't worked. Several different companies have collectively raised billions of dollars to bring these homes to market, and they have done it using a variety of questionable financial strategies. Katerra, which promised to be an end-to-end factory home builder, raised $2 billion from SoftBank, and it was once dubbed the WeWork of construction. And I guess they were right, because it collapsed and filed for Chapter 11 in 2021. Vive raised hundreds of millions of dollars at a billion-dollar valuation from Silicon Valley investors before it was wound down in 2023. Connect Homes, Mighty Buildings, Blue Homes, Rad Urban, Factory OS, Guerdon, and Integra all followed the same playbook. Lots of investor hype with big fundraising rounds before realizing that building a house in a factory is really hard and then go bankrupt. The investors know that home construction is an industry ripe for, disruption. But they underestimate just how expensive these facilities will be to build and operate, and overestimate how much people want to spend on what amounts to a fancy mobile home. Today, companies like Boxable are, again, raising hundreds of millions of dollars for their factory-made tiny homes. The company sold just 51 tiny homes at below cost in 2024, but it still claimed a valuation of $3.5 billion. Now, the good news is that the venture capitalists aren't really falling for this anymore. Even SoftBank has learned their lesson. The bad news is that this means these companies are now raising money from regular people using regulatory loopholes around crowdfunding. Boxable, for example, has raised more than $200 million from more than 50,000 unsophisticated investors according to their website. As with a lot of these businesses raising money from the public, they've capitalized on a tenuous connection to Elon Musk. The business gained a lot of attention based on the false reporting that Musk was living in one of their homes outside the SpaceX starbase in Texas. The channel Wall Street Millennial did a great deep dive on the other aspects of the business in a video that I can only describe as damning. One other channel called About Here also did a great report on the technical limitations of all prefabricated housing. It was focused on the Canadian market, but would apply to pretty much anywhere, so I will leave a link to both of those videos down below. The point is that the process of building homes is really hard to improve upon like we have with other manufactured goods, and that reality is now coming to head with more immediate problems in our economy. So remember when I said that we couldn't outsource home building jobs like we could with those old factory jobs? Well, in a way, we sort of do. According to the Harvard Joint Center for Housing Studies and Pew Research, around 14% of the construction workforce in America is composed of undocumented workers. According to the reports, that share is even higher in trades like drywalling, roofing, painting, and flooring. Any system that relies on a vulnerable or desperate sorts of labor to skirt unions and minimum wage laws wasn't really working as intended in the first place. But no matter your politics on the recent crackdowns of undocumented workers, the simple fact of the matter is that this will put upwards pressure on construction costs, especially in a handful of particularly over-leveraged cities. In fact, this has already happened before. A study tracked construction costs between 2005 and 2013 after the rollout of the Secure Communities program, which was, according to the administration, and at the time, a program for the arrest and removal of public safety and national security threats, those who have violated our nation's immigration laws. The study found that an arguably much less severe crackdown led to a 19% increase in construction costs over the measured period. Today, on top of that, there are the tariffs. Basic materials like copper wire could soon attract import duties as high as 50%, and higher interest rates, which could also impact building more than you might expect. It takes at least a few months to build a house, and during that time, developers need to own the land they are building a house on, and they usually buy that land with a loan, and those loans usually have higher interest rates than you would get on a typical 30-year mortgage. As interest rates have increased, the interest expense of just holding on to land to build a house on has also increased. And that price will eventually get passed on to you, assuming you have been skipping your avocado toast. These are called holding costs, and the longer it takes to build and sell a house, the worse they get for the nation's home builders. To make matters worse, tariffs and interest rates could combine forces to pummel new home construction together. If prices rise because of tariffs, the Fed may be forced to raise interest rates to combat inflation, which could further increase holding costs, further increasing building costs. Now, it's not clear if or how that's actually going to play out. But what is clear is that these challenges could not have happened at a worse time in certain cities. American real estate is not a monolithic single market. Conditions can be very different in different cities at different times. And right now, the trendy cities that saw a huge influx of internal migration during the COVID remote work boom are suffering the most as people move back to traditional commercial centers as they are called back into the office. According to data from Construction Coverage, an industry insurer, cities like Denver, Dallas, and El Paso now have the largest supply of housing inventory, although Florida has seen the largest increases statewide. So what we have done is built too much housing in cities that people are moving out of, and now made new construction prohibitively expensive for the cities that people are moving back into. So yeah, we've been building more houses, just in the dumbest way possible. So these foolish policies making it harder to buy houses in places people actually want to live have a lot of people storing up money for a down payment and waiting for a market crash. There has to be one soon, right? High prices aren't good for many people. Buyers can't afford a home, renters are stuck in a market where more than ever they need roommates to afford rent. And even though 2/3 of Americans own their own home, high prices aren't that great for them either. If you are one of the lucky people that own a home and you sell it for a record price, you still need to buy another home, which is just going to cost you a record price, leaving you no better off overall. While you own your home, you are going to pay higher property taxes, and if you do sell your home to buy a new one, you might have to pay capital gains. Most homes in America are now selling over the IRS's Section 121 exemption of $250,000 in profit since you purchased the home. So, if your home is worth a lot more than you bought it for, and you don't want to live on the street once you sell it, the only person you have really made money for is Uncle Sam.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
The only people who are really winning off that own multiple properties in addition to their primary residence. If the prices are too damn high, then the best thing you could hope for is a market crash, right? Wrong. I am once again here to crush your dreams and tell you that a housing crash would probably only make it harder for you to buy a home for 3 simple reasons. The first reason is that if you are not in a financial position to buy a home right now, a real estate crash would put you even further behind. Today, you can buy a house with as little as 3% down from lenders across the country. So if you can't get into a house right now, there's probably something other than the down payment standing in your way. And unless house prices drop by 97%, you aren't going to be able to pay cash. According to the Department of Housing and Urban Development, average house prices fell by just 20% in 2008 from their peak in 2007. This was the worst housing collapse in history, so a 97% drop is unlikely. So that means if you can't buy a house now, then even after a market crash, you are still going to need a mortgage. According to a survey commissioned by NerdWallet and conducted by the Harris Poll, 37% of non-homeowners said they didn't have enough saved for a down payment on a mortgage. But a larger group, 42% of respondents, couldn't buy a home for a much more annoying reason. Lenders want to ensure 3 things when you borrow money from them. They want to make sure you have a down payment, the bigger the better. They want to make sure you have good credit, and they want to make sure that you can make your payments. The systems and criteria that lenders use to determine your ability to repay a loan are made up by the risk departments at the banks and are kept private because it's considered a business secret. Normally, these rules are highly risk averse, which is why you might get a mortgage application declined if the bank decides that you can't make your payments, even if your repayments would be less than you're currently paying in rent. Every lender has a different set of rules, and they can change them at any time. Income from a full-time job is treated differently to part-time or gig work income. Some banks prefer income from business owners, and some won't lend anything to them. I wanted to buy a house at the end of last year, but when I told my bank that my income came from YouTube videos, they politely but firmly told me to get out of their office. Lenders also treat expenses like student loans, dependent family members, and other debt payments differently as well. All the different rules can get confusing, but they all have one thing in common. If the risk department says that home lending is getting risky, they are going to make it even harder to qualify for a mortgage to balance that risk. After a housing crash like 2008, lenders got much more conservative with who they would lend that money to, which back then was a good thing. But now, in 2024, if your income is not good enough to qualify for a mortgage now, you are going to have even less of a chance to qualify for a loan if real estate crashes. According to the National Association of Realtors, the biggest drop ever in the number of homes being sold in America came after 2008. This should have been the perfect time for the number of home sales to jump because prices had fallen significantly. The number of listings was inflated from foreclosures and interest rates were at record lows. But what actually happened was exactly the opposite. There were people that wanted to buy these houses, but nobody would give them any money to do it. And unfortunately, that's just the first reason. Talking about a real estate crash is one of the most popular finance subjects here on YouTube. Videos warning you about the imminent real estate collapse have regularly been getting hundreds of thousands of views for years. Any day, they might come true. The reason these videos are so popular is because people think that if they are right, then this could be their one chance to buy a home. Some influencers even talk about the investment opportunity that a post-crash real estate market could present. And aside from the titles and thumbnails, some of these videos do make a compelling case. I am trying to be a bigger person in 2024, and I'm not going to name any names. Instead, just focus on the subject. So, I am just going to list the long list of problems you are going to face if you try to buy the dip in real estate. For house prices to fall, one of three things needs to happen. The first thing is that buyers across the country lose their purchasing power because of mass unemployment or because banks stop lending them money to buy a home. The unemployment rate is near all-time lows, and if banks halt lending, then that's not going to help you buy a home unless you plan to pay all cash. If unemployment does rise, then young hopeful homebuyers are likely to be the first people laid off. You might be lucky enough to avoid getting fired and convince a bank to give you a loan, but there are other groups who don't need that luck. In 2011, the investment bank Morgan Stanley sent out an industry report to their clients titled Housing Market Insights, a rentership society. The report opens with the bank's analysis that after the subprime mortgage crisis of 2008, the combination of falling home prices, limited mortgage credit, continued liquidations, and better rental options is fundamentally changing the way Americans live. They were advising their clients, who are either institutional investors or ultra-high net worth individuals, that regular Americans were being evicted, nobody could get a loan, and people that lost their homes needed a place to rent. So it was a perfect opportunity to buy up residential property while nobody else could and jack up rents on people that had been evicted. The Morgan Stanley report was horrendously tone-deaf, but it wasn't actually wrong. Today, the average American home earns more than the average American, which is why the second reason that housing could get cheaper is even less likely to help you buy a home. The number of existing home sales in America is once again approaching levels that haven't been seen since the 1980s, when the population was half of that today. People who have locked in low interest rates are not going to sell their homes unless they are forced to, because if they buy a new home with a new mortgage, they will be paying twice as much out of pocket every month for the same place. A report by the Wall Street Journal found that even if people needed to leave their home to move cities, they were just renting out their home instead of selling it, because they could keep their sub 3% mortgage rate and charge record high rental prices. If you own a home right now, there is no reason why you would want to sell it. A flood of forced sales is much less likely today because lending standards are tighter than they were in the lead up to 2008. So most existing owners should be able to comfortably afford their mortgage. So, alright then, if people aren't going to sell the homes that already exist, we should just build more homes. This really is the answer. But according to the Department of Housing and Urban Planning, America is building fewer homes now than it was when we had half as many people. By now, I am sure you are all familiar with the problems caused by zoning, NIMBYism, and local building codes. These are all making the construction of newer homes slower and more expensive. A report by The Atlantic found that nearly half the cost of building a new home came from local rule and preferences rather than just materials and labor. There is another, even more simple reason why nobody is building new houses. And it's also the third reason why a real estate crash won't help you buy a home. A real estate developer needs to buy land, build a home, and then sell that home and land for more than they purchased it for. It's simple. But when land is so expensive, builders can't buy as much of it to build on. Back at the peak of home building in America, most of the operating margin was in the home construction itself. Now it's in the land. So even if a builder constructs a house on time and on budget, they risk losing money if the market swings by just a few percent against them. Builders typically fund construction projects with development loans, which are also expensive right now thanks to high interest rates. It's become a safer investment for developers to just renovate and flip existing homes instead of building new ones, because they can turn projects around faster and they don't have to deal with as much red tape. The only thing that could slow construction down even more is a collapse in real estate values, because if land prices are falling, then builders are not going to risk holding on to lands to build on. If you look at the data collected by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, you can see clear drops in new construction lining up with drops in home prices. Millions of people, particularly young people, not being able to afford a home is one of the biggest problems in America and a lot of other places around the world right now. But waiting for a crash to fix your problems will probably leave you very disappointed. In the last 400 years, real estate has gone from being owned exclusively by elite noble lords to something that the average family could buy. And now, it's becoming so expensive again that only elite landlords could afford it. But if the mortgage repayments are too expensive for most people, couldn't you just ask the bank to extend it to, say, 50 years? Well, that might not be the genius idea some people think it is. Late last week, the idea of a 50-year mortgage was not so subtly floated to the American public. Now, almost everybody immediately called this out for being a really dumb idea, and for a good reason. 50-year mortgages will effectively double the total interest people pay on their homes, they will undermine equity accumulation, it will make the housing market more rigid than it already is, introduce significant structural risks to the financial system. Oh, and this whole thing will just make homes more expensive than they already are. The average first-time homebuyer is now 40 years old. Adding on a 50-year mortgage at that age means that statistically, people will still be making their payments 11 years after they are dead. This is not to mention that if we still really thought it was worth trying, other countries have already done that for us, and the results were pretty disastrous. Now, you probably already knew all of these issues, but the problems that come with a 50-year mortgage go much, much deeper than this. And this raises two important questions. If 50-year mortgages are such a threat to our economic system, then how exactly did we decide that 30 years was the ideal? But perhaps the more important question is, if this is so obviously a dumb idea, who stands to profit the most by making it happen? So we have to get the obvious stuff out of the way first. And the biggest issue of all is that 50-year mortgages won't make homes more affordable. In fact, they will probably do the opposite. In a perfect world, being able to spread your payments out over an extra 20 years should lower your monthly payment. But even with the optimistic numbers, the difference would not be nearly as large as you might expect. Assuming a very competitive 6% interest rate on a $320,000 loan used to buy a $400,000 house, your monthly payments on a 30-year mortgage would be $1,919. If, however, you could spread that out over 50 years, then your monthly payments would fall to $1,685, a savings of $235 a month, which is not that much for almost doubling the total loan term and the amount of interest you will pay over the life of the loan. Most people have just pointed to this simple arithmetic and written the whole thing off as a big waste of time. But to play devil's advocate and give this the best possible chance of making some sense, some people will try to make the argument first that if you take those monthly savings and invest them into the stock market, your returns could be higher than your interest payments, letting you profit off the difference and putting you in a better financial situation later in life. Right now, less wealthy households overwhelmingly have their wealth tied up in their home. Of course, poorer households are less likely to own their own home, but they are even less likely to own a significant amount of financial assets. If people actually took these monthly savings and invested them diligently into the stock market, then not only could it theoretically improve the balance of wealth amongst lower income households, it could also make it easier for first-time buyers to get into the market in the first place. $235 a month invested over 50 years could be $3.7 million assuming historic market rates of return, which is over 10 times more than the additional interest a borrower would pay on their 50-year mortgage. However, that is if absolutely everything went perfectly. And I already know what all of you live streamers are saying to your chatters right this very second. Almost nobody taking out a 50-year mortgage is going to have this level of financial discipline. The reason I even bothered with the devil's advocate shtick at all is because if these financial products do come to market, this is exactly how they are going to be sold to people. You aren't signing yourself up for multi-generational debt. You are arbitraging the time value of money. Optimistically, people are just going to take the money that would have gone to repayments and use it to cover other areas of their household budget. Now this is optimistic because at least a bit of extra spending might contribute to economic activity. Realistically, all this is going to do is increase house prices by stimulating demand just like it has every single other time we have tried this. In just last week's video, we saw how longer and looser auto financing has made cars more expensive. The only reason why college kids with no income can pay for tuition that has outpaced inflation by 400% is because it's become so easy to take out student debt. More recently, everyday items have been allowed to inflate further than they might have otherwise been able to, with a little help from all kinds of weird and wonderful consumer credit. And yeah, even 50-year mortgages were introduced in Japan in the 1980s to assist with housing affordability. All it did was make real estate even more expensive, contributing to the record housing bubble. But that's fine, because it all ended super well for them, and their economy has been thriving ever since. So yeah, we may not like to admit it, but we have probably dug ourselves into the same kind of hole. For now, if we actually genuinely just wanted to make homes more affordable for first-time homebuyers, 15-year mortgages would probably do more good than 50-year mortgages in the long term, but more on that later. As for the benefits to first-time homebuyers, this is also ignoring the other costs that come with owning a home like property taxes, maintenance, and insurance, which means the total month-to-month savings will be even more marginal than even the optimistic estimates would suggest. It's also conveniently ignoring the fact that longer loans will probably attract higher interest rates from lenders, effectively eliminating the month-to-month savings for most people. From the numbers alone, this looks like a bad idea on top of a bad idea on top of a bad idea. And to be fair, most policymakers have acknowledged this and tried to distance themselves from this plan. But there are still two big reasons why we might end up seeing these loans anyway. They are going to make a lot of money for the right people, and we may be out of other options. So behind most bad ideas is either a profit motive or some level of desperation, and you don't need to tighten the tinfoil hats too tightly to see both of those elements here. The current proposal to introduce 50-year mortgages came from a meeting between the president and the Federal Housing Finance Agency director, Bill Pulte. The FHFA was established in 2008 after the global financial crisis to keep a tighter leash on Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, the semi-government enterprises tasked with buying up mortgages off regular banks provided they meet strict criteria regarding lending standards. Theoretically, you could walk into your local Wells Fargo today and ask for a 50-year mortgage, and as a private business, there is nothing specifically stopping them legally. However, at the moment, these loans are extremely rare for two reasons. The first is that 50-year mortgages do not currently fit within the underwriting criteria of Fannie or Freddie Mac. So, if the bank gives that loan, they can't sell it off to these organizations, and instead, they have to keep it on their books for the next 50 years. Compared to a regular 30-year mortgage, which they can make a quick, easy profit on overnight, this kind of deal just doesn't make business sense, except for maybe rare instances of extremely large loans to private banking clients. However, if the Federal Housing Finance Agency instructed Fannie and Freddie to start accepting 50-year loans as well, then that would be the first barrier removed. The second reason why private banks don't do this for now is because 50-year terms are outside the bounds of what the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau considers a qualified mortgage. Qualified mortgages just means that banks meet some basic requirements to satisfy the Bureau that their lending is not predatory. If they do meet these criteria, they are offered legal safe harbor, which makes the banks harder to sue if the mortgage goes tits up. For now, loan terms beyond 30 years do not meet these criteria, which means if you get given a 50-year mortgage and end up in financial hardship, you could theoretically take your bank to court for predatory lending and they would have far fewer legal protections. Now, they would still have an army of lawyers, so please don't try it just because someone on the internet said it was theoretically possible. Anyway, this might not matter soon because the government is currently pushing to dismantle the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau anyway by cutting off its funding. This would remove the last barrier to 50-year loan terms, and if banks are allowed to write these loans, there is a big incentive to do so. Longer loan terms are more valuable when they are turned into mortgage-backed securities because they pay interest for an additional 20 years. Longer loan terms will most likely also enable slightly larger loans, maximizing bank revenue. Now remember, the Federal Housing Finance Agency back up here was specifically created after the subprime mortgage crisis to try and stop the whole system from getting too crazy again. So then why would they be pushing for riskier loans that are going to make the market more unstable? Well, we may never know. But on a completely unrelated note, the current director of the FHFA, Bill Pulte, is one of the heirs to the Pulte Group, the third largest real estate development company in America. He is also the founder of Pulte Capital Partners, a separate private equity firm who started in 2011, which according to their website makes focused investments into construction-focused businesses like roofers, HVAC installers, and drywallers. That means both the family business and the private equity firm are reliant on people buying and selling homes to generate returns. And that's a problem because home sales have cratered since interest rates have risen. New buyers can't afford to break into the market, and existing homeowners don't want to sell their homes after they locked in low interest rates. Now, if 50-year mortgages become commonplace, they would only make our current predicament significantly worse for future generations down the road. If people can lock in good rates for 30 years, that can cause problems. But eventually, they build up equity, and for the final 15 years of their loan, their nominal interest rate is not as big of a deal. However, if people lock in a 50-year mortgage at a good interest rate, they will build up equity in their home far more slowly, which means that the current rigidity of the market could be extended for the length of an entire generation. However, that will be a problem for a generation that isn't even born yet. And obviously, it should go without saying, screw those guys. We have problems to fix right now. Today, even those households that were lucky enough to lock in low interest rates on normal terms are starting to struggle. The true extent of financial hardship in the housing market has become incredibly hard to track because of a trend that is being dubbed extend and pretend. Basically, lenders have allowed borrowers to defer or renegotiate their payment schedules quietly behind the scenes without officially noting them down as delinquent payments. They extend their loan terms and pretend everything is okay. Now, for the lenders, it could be argued that some repayments are better than no repayments. But for the financial system as a whole, we truly don't have reliable data on how dire our situation is. For home builders and financiers, this is a real problem. But one way to get things moving again would be to make financing terms even more flexible. A 50-year loan is effectively just an officially sanctioned market-wide extend and pretend. This could be sold as helping out new buyers break into the market, but the people who it will help the most are existing investors. One of the biggest problems with real estate around the world is that modern homes become assets first, with a side hustle and accommodating humans as a distant second priority. This is because they are one of, if not the single most effective vessels for finance and tax incentives. You can't borrow money on a government-backed 30-year fixed interest term to buy stocks, nor can you claim any of the dozens of deferments, incentives, or credits that come with real estate. When it comes to reining in house prices to address affordability concerns, most people can only spend as much as they can borrow. So by restricting how much they can borrow, policymakers can easily influence home prices while also making the financial system more robust. A study on Swedish home prices found that properties become markedly more affordable after the regulators cut back on interest-only loans and introduced strict amortization schedules. A global study by the Bank of International Settlements found a similar trend across countries. If we really wanted to make homes more affordable, 15-year mortgages would do a lot more than 50-year mortgages. But that's kind of the point. Because real estate has become such an institutionalized investment vehicle, one man's affordable home is another man's crippling market crash. On one hand, 50-year mortgages are only going to make things worse by making homes even more attractive as an investment vehicle. But on the opposite side of that same coin, 50-year mortgages could help to keep a fundamentally broken market from collapsing on itself, even if only for a few extra months. Over the last 5 years, institutional investors have drawn a lot of scrutiny for quietly buying up hundreds of billions of dollars in residential real estate across the country, particularly in areas like the Sun Belt. Today, they are quietly trying to back out of those same investments because the markets they went all in on did not continue to attract the same volume of new entrances they were projecting. As I was putting this video together, Atriarch did a fantastic interview with Melody Wright, one of the top housing market experts in America who has effectively been saying the same thing. Now, I will leave a link to that full interview because it's worth a watch. But to summarize, the housing market is shaking, so institutional investors with thousands of properties want to dump their holdings onto Airbnb bros with dozens of properties. But the only way they are going to be able to do that is if it becomes easier to qualify for big loans. And the only way to get those is if big loans are sold as a way to help regular people who just want to buy a single home to live in. Unfortunately, this market has become so large that they are effectively too big to fail. Actually letting homes become affordable too quickly would present a systemic risk to the entire financial system. Unfortunately, one group has to feel the pain. And it's just much easier when that group is the people who aren't yet balancing huge piles of debt and overinflated assets. Now, go and watch this video next to find out if the everything bubble can keep itself going forever. And don't forget to like and subscribe to keep on learning how money works.
Oh. Login. Let's, I guess, and the letter. Okay, I guess I did everything. Right. List here. Oh no, that's right. Whatever. I haven't done everything because I still didn't spend all the stuff.
You probably do not need me to tell you how big of a comeback Inefa has had. You know, on her release, she was generally regarded as a pretty strong off-fielder, but you know, not a lot of meta-oriented traders and didn't necessarily recommend her. And I myself was originally going to skip her, but in going for C6 Sethos, I got lucky getting her, and I was really happy back then that I got her because I continued to find really fun teams that she was useful for. And this was, you know, before everything else happened since then. Like, to be clear, I don't think I need to tell you that, you know, Inefa is valuable lunar damage incentivization with current boss design in Stygian Onslaught and Spyro Abyss. I don't think I need to tell you, you know, that Columbina and Inefa are a really strong combo. You probably understand that too. But I did want to talk about some specific things, including one of my favorite teams that it does not include Columbina, by the way. It actually includes Ino. And speaking of Ino, I do think a lot of Ino's functional utility for the vast majority of players is somewhat locked behind having Inefa. I wish they would release more non-cry 5-stars that are off-fielders that could enable more potential synergies for Ino, but I don't know if they're going to do that at this point. But I don't know, maybe they'll do like an lunar crystallized off-field DPS in the future. Anyways, we're getting off topic. Inefa has, you know, gotten buffed, both by Columbina's release, you know, being a unit that functionally is just made to primarily synergize and buff Cry 5 stars. And, you know, the Indefa Columbina, particularly with Sucrose combo, and then whatever characters you want to play off-field can oftentimes just be a team format that can be used to clear a lot of endgame content and play whatever on-field you like. And I think that's cool as long as the, you know, the main DPS on-field unit feels like they're contributing meaningfully. Although a funny thing you can do, by the way, you can leave a Nefa on-field and use the Night of Skies Unveiling set, right? On-field Nefa got stronger when, you know, the Nogcry artifact set's released and with Columbina's release, but also off-field Nefa got stronger because this Abaid of Morningstar and Moon, you know, I think they probably intended this to be a Columbina artifact set for like the average player, but in reality it kind of is better at buffing a Nefa because a Nefa does more damage with this line. And okay, quick rundown before we get into the specifics of what this video is actually going to be about, which is showing like probably my favorite Nefa team. So one thing that I think is important is that you need to understand her talents don't really matter that much. It's not that they can't do some damage, but doing that is leveling up a little bit. The skill is primarily for shield durability, and the burst is worth leveling up just because, you know, you should have available. You don't necessarily have to go to the burst saber rotation, although I'm going to show you is a team that wants the burst saber rotation, but not necessarily against every single enemy in the game. Her skill has 138% multiplier, which hits every couple seconds, but that damage is not the meat of her damage. The meat of her damage is this lunar charge damage, which functionally is a much higher multiplier than it seems like it is. The multiplier value of the lunar talent damage abilities is misleading because of the fact that it ignores defense stats on enemies, as well as the fact that the damage formula has an extra multiplier. And this is where enough on the new artifact set, especially with Columbina and whatever, can start hitting some really silly damage numbers to the point that you might see people saying that, you know, a Nefa in a Flynn's team is doing close to the same damage as Flynn's is, which, you know, especially if you have a really, really good build on a Nefa, it can kind of be the case. She is just quite strong, and it's basically just because of this passive, but she also gives a shield, which is valuable to a lot of people, and then she has her other passive, and this passive is my favorite part of her kit. Also, I just realized I left the fox on. Let me know in the comments, I guess, if you want to see the fox in edited videos. Normally I turn it off.
Truly beginning to thrive. I cannot help but be stirred.
Здорово, идите нахуй. Вот и вышел долгожданный глобальный патч. Праздник Зенлеса с долгожданным, прекрасным, красивым, милым, сильным, сексуальным охотником каверн. Множество игроков пришли в эту игру только заради нее. От одних ее анимаций захватывал дух. Их вид манил потратить все свои сбережения. А после того, как ты окажешься в нищете без средств, ты бы мог прочувствовать ее геймплей, который вознаграждает тебя за твои усилия и за те деньги, которые ты вложил в персонажа. Разумеется, речь идет о Джао. Короче, у нас новый бесплатный персонаж обороны, который не обороняет и вдобавок имеет условия активации дополнительной пассивки через поддержку. Все это натолкнуло меня на создание этого видеоролика. В целом возникает логичный вопрос, нахуя вообще оборонять в этой игре, если во всех режимах мы штурмуем? Значит, надо адаптироваться. Поэтому сегодня мы исправим это недоразумение и заставим двух наших фури-гостей, Джао и Бена, нападать, создав тем самым первую в мире фури-бригаду. Короче, подпишитесь на канал, телегу, твич, бла-бла-бла, короче, погнали. Бесплатно? Вторая халява от Хайверс после Харомаса. На этот раз саппорт, призванный окончательно утопить Цезарь на дне. Очередной персонаж, которому запихнули с нихуя хп-кап, который при этом вообще никак не помогает наносить урон. Честно, я не понимаю, нахера они это делают. Особенно если персонаж еще со второй беты не играется с разрухой. Ну, раз раба свои причуды. Ему, как всегда, видней. ДД потенциал у него есть, как и у любого другого персонажа Зендлеса, если постараться. Но, безусловно, есть свои нюансы. И именно об этом мы и поговорим. Я, конечно, возможно, этим отговорю от некоторых от игры на ДД Джао, но это один из самых ебучих персонажей в геймплее из-за одной единственной механики. Ее ебучий вердикт не позволяет выходить на нее по быстрой помощи, а сама эта атака наносит примерно, ну как сказать, 0 урона. Поэтому мы всеми силами стараемся эту хуйню избегать. Прокается этот вердикт каждый раз, когда вы выходите по быстрой помощи из завесы после парирования, ешки, энтри скилла, навыка входа или ульты. И вот тут начинается веселье. Увы, по быстрой помощи после этого выйти на нее никак нельзя. Единственный вариант — это выйти по быстрой помощи до того, как она начнет кастовать свое говнище. Обычно это окно где-то в пределах полусекунды после последней тычки в ее анимации по врагу. Также ее можно сбить цепочкой в стане, если вдруг так вышло, что она начала заражать вердикт прямо в стане, убивая всю ротацию. Других способов сбить, увы, не существует. По факту лучше всего она работает тогда, когда у тебя дамажат все 3 персонажа в отряде. И станер, и саппорт. Либо 2 саппорта. То есть ты хочешь наносить урон буквально всем отрядам. Ее геймплейный цикл сводится к тому, чтобы раскидывать ешки и базовые вне стана, а в стан вываливать вообще все кнопки. И ее, и 2 остальных персонажей. Так как ничего по-настоящему дамагерского в ней очевидно не заложено, играется она только так. Чтобы максимизировать урон базовых атак, нужно сразу переходить к 4-му этапу, скипая первые 3. Делается это через быструю помощь, контратаку после уклонения и ешки. Последний этап базовой атаки можно свапнуться и просто дождаться окончания анимации. Особенно хорошо это стакается с Астрой, буквально превращая в Антона, блять, Иванова. В стане же наш основной источник урона — это ешки, ультимейт и цепочки с М4. Будьте внимательны с ешками, потому что, как я уже и говорил, если вы выходите по быстрой помощи через нее, то по окончании она начнет кастовать свой вердикт. В таком случае можно нажать цепочку, чтобы сбить все это дерьмо. Либо просто сдать ешку в конце стана. Вообще, чаще всего это все сводится к тому, что вы просто сдаете ульту, одну ешку, дальше прижимаете кнопки на саппортах. Ну, в этом плане она будет попроще условный ДД Сакаку. Кстати, для всех М6 джаумейнеров, да и для тех, кому просто интересно, эта конста полное говно. По факту это худшая конста в игре, без всяких преувеличений, особенно для М6. Во-первых, вердикт даже с этой констой не наносит столько много урона. Во-вторых, вне поля она по-прежнему полностью заряжает его в филде, так что работает это только если ты прокаешь его вручную. Увы, да, это так и задумано. Стой, картинка прикольная, что уж сказать. Бисом однозначно будет ее сигна. Она раздает себе немного крит шанса с пассивки из-за хп в мейнстате. Еще раз дает 30 КУ с 10% атаки. К тому же заливает урон не только в себя, но и в команду целиком. В общем, отличная пушка. Пушка Мяби же не стоит сильно по личному урону, но из-за этого проседает урон команды. И поверьте, это решает. Разве что с ней прям гораздо приятнее билдить крит шанс. Другие пушки даже не рассматривайте. По дискам тяжело выделить лучше по команду целиком. Вы, да, это так и задумано. Стой, картинка прикольная, что уж сказать. Бисом однозначно будет ее сигна. Она раздает себе немного крит шанса с пассивки из-за хп в мейнстате. Еще раз дает 30 КУ с 10% атаки. К тому же заливает урон не только в себя, но и в команду целиком. В общем, отличная пушка. Пушка Мяби же не стоит сильно по личному урону, но из-за этого проседает урон команды. И поверьте, это решает. Разве что с ней прям гораздо приятнее билдить крит шанс. Другие пушки даже не рассматривайте. По дискам тяжело выделить лучше, но самый удобный из сетов станет Астросет, открывая возможность поставить новый сабсет на другого саппорта в команде. Фуга Электро мне в целом понравился, но не всегда удобно начинать ротацию с ультимейта. А других сетов, я просто не нашел. У них есть куча своих проблем. Проще всего поставить солянку 2+2+2, если Астросет уже занят. Вас может обмануть эта желтая надпись на дисках на стате ХП, но просто игнорируйте ее. Билдите ее как обычного атакера. Прок в ХП — это примерно треть от прока в любой другой стат, если не меньше. Это стат, который ты не против видеть у себя на артефактах, но он далеко не приоритетный. По статам ей хочется пробить около 16 тысяч хп с сигной, но это далеко не приоритет. 70 плюс крит шансов в бою, а остальное как соберется. С 16 тысяч хп у вас будет дополнительно 13 крит шансов от пассивки, к примеру. 4 кэша КУ, 5 пробитие или лед, в приоритете пробитие, если без Николь, а в 6 АТК. И я отвечу сразу, нет, повышение хп в бою не повышает ее крит шанс и аффикс пассивки, увы. Это все работает от ее изначального здоровья. Разраб об этом позаботился. Так что собирать его как много, а также как у твоей жирной мамы. Забли ебало. Короче, забейте на хп. Тиммейтов у него много, но очень желательно иметь либо констовую Джао, либо саппортов к ней для максимальной эффективности. А желательно и то, и другое. Дабл сап с какой-нибудь Николь Астро — отличный вариант. Осмелюсь предположить, что это одна из лучших ее пачек. В отряде подсасывают друг другу все 3 чара. Особенно хорошо встает в лед и эфир Уязы. Ликон станет лучшим решением из станеров, если у вас нету ни одного констового. Быстро станет и может нанести какой-никакой высокий урон в УЯЗ, особенно если на нем М3 и больше. Лайтер не то чтобы плох, но из-за блядской пассивки у него очень ограниченные пачки. Можно поиграть только с Люси, а в остальных пачках это уже не ДД Джао. Дюйфуфу цени на констах сами внесут много дэмэджа и зальют урона в крольчиху. Без конст желательно не играть. Диалинь плюс Орфея не тестил, Орфея у меня нет, но это единственная пачка, с которой можно поиграть Джао с телефона с камершей. Увы, на Диалинь пассивка за как блочно за нападением. Отмечу, что ей очень неудобно играть без Астра на поле. Столько квикассистов, как она, никто не раздает. Но проблема в том, что Астра заливает и так дохуя атаки. Окно стана М0 Астра будет равно Николь по моим субъективным наблюдениям. Если говорить про сравнение персонажей, то если, например, сравнивать с Акулой, то не могу точно сказать, потому что она у меня без нового бафа, но Акула без бафа примерно на 10% будет слабее. Сильнее Джао в ее пачках по моим тестам. С бафом осмелюсь предположить, что это будут все 20. Цифры приблизительные и зависят от многих факторов. Но еще не забывайте, что Акула может играть с Диалинь, а Джао нет, увы. Джао в большинстве случаев будет сильнее Сакаку, но в таких мобов как Цепиш или Собака, Сакаку будет лучше. Хотя в новой Шиюе они скорее всего будут появляться очень редко. В штурме Джао определенно будет сильнее, хотя вот Брингера Сока уже будет получше, потому что крольчихе тяжело сбивать руку. Пройдусь немного по тифу конст. в ДД-сборке, да и потому, что они делают в принципе. М1 заливает 15 среза резистов и в среднем заливает 13% урона в Джао. М2 заливает 20% АТК в Джао, 15 в команду, и это тоже в среднем 13%. М3, М5 это левел в кнопки, и это уже будет 7%. М4 заливает 10% урона в ульту и цепочки, а также 250 дБ за каждый прок эфирной завесы, что помогает в штурме. А М6 это, 6% крит шансов в нормальной сборке. Да, 0 дипа. Всем хай. Это гайд на Бена. Сегодня мы будем разбирать ротации, билды, то есть это как все использовать плюс-минус и кучу вот этого вот всего. Куча бесполезной даты, по сути, максовской. Ой, что-то не то, секунду. Здорово, подвал. Сегодня первый бесплатный медведь. Суровый бухгалтер с Белобога. Первый и на данный момент последний персонаж, который вообще получает бонусы от защиты. Формально он вроде как создавался саппортом, который может парировать на поле. Правда, его функционал нахуй никому не нужен. Особенно с учетом того, что обороны в принципе нет саппортских пушек, кроме пушки Цезарь. А его оборонительный геймплей контрится одной кнопкой Shift, потому что щит у него днищенский. Фан-факт. На минуточку, у Бена самая большая базовая атака в игре. Я сейчас не про четверок, а если что, про всех персонажей игры. Больше, чем у Мияби, больше, чем у Шингуан. Он их жестко трахнул своим медвежьим членом. Да, первым их трахнул не ты, а Бен. Поэтому задумайтесь. Чисто в теории, это самый разгоняемый драйв-дисками персонаж в игре. Потому что прок защиты дает где-то примерно половину пользы. Там вообще все довольно ёбнуто. Защита уходит в базовую атаку, от базовой атаки ты получаешь больше пользы за ТК процента. Короче, мне хватит это считать, думайте сами. Но с такой волыной в руках, неужели он не может выступить хотя бы в роли дамагера? Конечно, может. Я больше скажу, бурст урона у него больше, чем у старой М0 солдатки. Достижение, конечно, сомнительное, но, блядь, она бегала с 5-зодочным амплификатором. Если бы у обороны была такая нормальная пушка С-ранга, заливающая урон, он бы ебал ее во всех пачках без шансов. Не сказать, что это великое достижение, но для бесплатного 4-зодочного медведя, наверное, вполне себе. Геймплей медведя крайне простой. Даешь 2 цепочки, ульта, пара ешек. Все. Ротация закончилась. Вся его сложность только в сборке и тимбилдинге. А после этого просто полный гол. Всем спасибо за просмотр. Ладно, чтобы немножко растянуть сегмент, покажу простейшую ротацию. Ешка, цепочка, ульта. Поздравляю! Теперь вы эксперт Бена Биггера и можете делать полный гол, когда захотите. И если еще стоять им на поле, желательно ешкой парировать атаки врага, чтобы нанести хоть чуточку больше урона. Выбор пушек у него довольно скромный. Бесом в большинстве случаев стоит сигнопанды, заливающая аж 40% аффикса в ешку и ульту, его главный источник урона. Иногда же она будет проигрывать условной сигне Мияби, например в тимах с лайтером, и то, скорее всего, даже так она покажет себя хуже. Если вам впадлу качать на него пушку, можете обойтись этой крит-палкой, отрыв там не такой большой. По дискам же у него все ситуативно. Теплокор, как по мне, лучший и самый удобный сет на него. Удобно аптаем на всю ротацию, неплохие прибавки, к тому же 2 куска заливают кэша, очень нужный Бену. Бен также способен аптамить Гормон Панк. Для увеличения бурст потенциала персонажа самое то. В потенциале лучше на него сет, но не всегда выходит его аптамить в его пачках полностью. Инферно Метал станет хорошим решением в уя с пачки с лайтером либо фуфу. Поможет добрать 100 кэша, который ему очень тяжело собрать. У Электро неплох, но из-за него ты либо теряешь цепочку, либо баф на 2 цепочки в стан. Впрочем, он хорошо станет с Диалинь. Для него защита процентная будет примерно равна половине пользы, либо чуть меньше. Поэтому сильно не засматривайтесь на этот стат. Это все же будет лучше, чем флэт-атака. Да и вообще раскрывается он больше всего, чем больше всего проков в АТК. Нужно прям собрать 80 плюс крит шансов в бою, а в остальном просто считайте его пользу в артефактах. В 4-м диске ставить кэша КУ, 5-ку пенафикс, 6-ку АТК. Смотрите по тому, с кем вы играете. Лайтер станет лучшим решением для Бена, но, как и с Джао, пачки очень ограниченные. Третьим слотом активирует пассивку только Люси и Орфей. Есть еще Цезарь и Бернис, но без М2 на них я бы даже не пытался. Оборону на С вы не закроете. Связка Диалейн плюс Орфей для Бена на констах станет лучшей его пачкой. Сдавать 3 ульты в стан в ротацию — это полный гол. Но очень хочется М1 делений больше, так что крутите на реране, пока не поверкрипнули. Дзюйфуфу на констах тоже станет неплохим саппортом. Точно лучше М0 Лайтера, ибо ее пассивка не такая ключевая, как у него, из-за чего ее можно запэрить с Астрой. Поздравляю! Теперь вы знаете весь потаенный потенциал обороны. Ладно, я еще не рассмотрел некого ДД-сета, но ресурсов у меня нет на аккаунте, так что увы. Короче, всем спасибо за просмотр и идите на 16 тысяч хп, у вас будет допом 13...
No, it's trash. It's fine. Though, our home. Not sure. Maybe enough pills.
Check this out. Best of luck.
A piece of ice, cold and poorly located, that can play a vital role in world peace and world protection. It's a very small ask compared to what we have given them for many, many decades.
В последние дни разгораются страсти вокруг Гренландии. Главное действующее лицо снова Дональд Трамп. Американский президент обиделся на то, что ему не дали Нобелевскую премию мира, к которой он шел весь 2025 год. Трамп закончил 8 войн, но так и не дождался своей заслуженной награды. Лишь в виде утешительного приза он получил чужую медаль. Свою награду Трампу передала венесуэльская оппозиционерка Мария Корина Мачадо. Сразу после этого Нобелевский комитет выпустил специальное разъяснение, что передача медали ничего не означает. Отдельного указания на случай Трампа Мачадо в заявлении, правда, нет. И уже в новом 2026 году Дональд Трамп уже не миротворец, а завоеватель. Он раз за разом проявляет интерес к делам другим стран, называет себя хозяином западного полушария, демонстрирует силу и плюет на международное право. Сначала он арестовал президента Венесуэлы Николаса Мадуро, потом попытался повлиять на протесты в Иране. Впрочем, неудачно. Сначала призвал иранцев захватывать административные здания и пообещал, что помощь на подходе, а потом просто сделал вид, что ничего не было. Новая цель Трампа – Гренландия. Между прочим, территория Дании все еще союзника США по НАТО. Причем в этом случае речь идет не просто о смене режима и установлении лояльного правительства. Трамп хочет контролировать Гренландию полностью. По сути, речь идет о присоединении острова к США. В лучшем случае в результате покупки. В худшем – путем военной интервенции.
Нам нужна Гренландия.
По мнению Трампа, Гренландия просто жизненно необходима США для обеспечения национальной безопасности. Он добавляет, если Америка не сделает этого, это сделают Россия и Китай. На самом деле, мечты Дональда Фредовича о Гренландии возникли уже давно. Еще во время своего первого президентского срока он аккуратно высказывал идеи о покупке острова. Перед инаугурацией в январе 2025 года Дональд Трамп в соцсети Truth Social заявил, что жители Гренландии получат огромную выгоду, если и когда станут частью США. В день инаугурации американский президент заявил, что Соединенным Штатам необходимо контролировать Гренландию для обеспечения международной безопасности. Тогда эти высказывания вызвали у многих лишь насмешку. Мало ли, что там пишет в своей соцсети эксцентричный политик, ведь...
Okay, let's get clear. I guess. Mm. Extraction limit reached.
На самом деле он президент США, оплот демократии в мире, и вряд ли он решится на открытую военную агрессию против Дании. Хотя премьер-министр Гренландии и власти Дании явно были озабочены уже тогда. Но теперь к угрозам американского президента относятся серьезнее. Своими действиями в Венесуэле Трамп показал, что может принимать жесткие неконвенциональные решения. Международного права для него не существует. Единственное право для него – это право сильного. Пока американский президент избегает военного вмешательства. В своем излюбленном стиле он предлагает датчанам сделку – продать Гренландию за $700 миллиардов. Это для сравнения почти 2 годовых ВВП Дании. Впрочем, эта информация нам доступна лишь по инсайдам. Официально такого предложения не делалось, но американская социология уже говорит, что американские граждане не в восторге от идеи купить остров за $700 миллиардов. Они бы хотели, чтобы их налоги пошли на что-нибудь другое. Но даже это не главное. Европейцы не хотят торговать своими территориями. Вместо этого они заявляют о единстве и неделимости Дании. 8 европейских стран направляют свои войска в Гренландию в качестве символического жеста. Но Трампа это злит еще сильнее. В ответ на это он объявляет о введении новых пошлин против тех самых 8 стран. Размер пошлин может увеличиваться в ближайшем будущем, если Европа не пойдет на сделку. Теперь европейцы готовят свой ответ. Впрочем, в их арсенале не так много вариантов. А военная зависимость от США, в том числе на Восточном фронте, сковывает их движение еще сильнее. Но зачем Трампу остров, покрытый льдом? Действительно ли он так необходим для безопасности США? Существует ли угроза от России или Китая в Арктике? Или речь снова идет о банальной страсти Трампа к нефти и редкоземельным металлам? Почему ради Гренландии Трамп готов идти на прямой конфликт со своими партнерами в Европе? Существует ли риск военного противостояния и рухнет ли в таком случае НАТО? Как все это повлияет на войну в Украине? Короче, давайте разбираться. Перед тем, как начать, напомню, что если у вас вдруг тормозит YouTube или любой другой заблокированный ресурс, то по ссылке в описании вы сможете попробовать SOTA VPN всего лишь за 10 рублей за первую неделю. Подключить можно до 10 устройств. Гренландия – огромный остров в Арктике, автономная территория в составе королевства Дания. Размеры Гренландии впечатляют. Это самый большой остров в мире, площадью более 2 миллионов квадратных километров. На классических картах Гренландия выглядит совсем уж монструозно, но это за счет близости к Северному полюсу, а там есть некая оптическая иллюзия, которая преувеличивает размер острова. Ее реальный размер несколько меньше, но все равно большой. Она примерно равна территории России от Архангельска на севере до Сочи на юге и от Москвы до Казани с запада на восток. При этом в Гренландии живет всего лишь 56 тысяч человек. Это примерно равно населению довоенных Изюма или Купинска, или в 3 раза меньше, чем население московского района Биберева. Все дело в плохой пригодности острова для жизни. Несмотря на название «Зеленая земля», 80% территории Гренландии покрыто толстым слоем льда. 2/3 острова располагается за полярным кругом, и даже на свободных от льда территориях климат довольно суровый. Зимой до минус 30 градусов, летом чуть выше нуля. В итоге пригодные для жизни территории есть лишь на побережьях. Населяют остров инуиты, один из коренных народов Севера. Родственные народы живут также на севере Канады, на Аляске и даже на Чукотке. Нам более привычно другое название этого народа – эскимосы. Но некоторые инуиты считают это слово оскорбительным. Когда-то, давным-давно, они пришли в Гренландию с территории современной Канады. Вообще, Гренландия является частью североамериканского континента. Тысячи лет назад между Гренландией и Северной Америкой можно было пройти по суше. С тех самых пор и до сегодняшних дней основное занятие инуитов – рыболовство. Инуиты сохранили свой язык, хотя большинство из них владеет еще и датским, как вторым языком. И, конечно, современные инуиты, особенно в городах, редко носят свои национальные костюмы. Они ездят на машинах и выглядят как среднестатистические европейцы. Но откуда там взялись датчане? Согласно скандинавским легендам, еще в конце X века на территорию Гренландии приплыл Эрик Рыжий, знаменитый норвежский викинг и мореплаватель. Да, с рыжими Гренландии не очень везет. Там он основал первые небольшие поселения европейцев и дал острову название «Зеленая земля». Сделал он это не только потому, что свои поселения основал с юго-западной стороны острова, где действительно было теплее и зеленее, но и в качестве маркетинга, чтобы завлечь новых поселенцев. Но еще нужно сказать, что существует гипотеза, что тогда древнескандинавская грён означала не только зеленая, но и хорошая или выгодная земля. Первые норвежские поселения существовали обособленно и от коренного населения, и от норвежской метрополии, а потом вовсе исчезли. Виной тому было, скорее всего, резкое похолодание. Хотя существует интересная гипотеза, что европейских поселенцев со временем перебили и угнали в плен английские пираты, которые совершали набеги на Гренландию.
Но всего вероятнее, что миролюбивые гренландские потомки свирепых викингов были перебиты английскими пиратами, которые в ту пору совершали набеги на незащищенные гренландские селения. В Англии хорошо знали о существовании гренландской колонии. В 1432 году был даже заключен договор между норвежским и английским королями, чтобы положить конец налетам английских пиратов на далекую христианскую колонию норманнов.
Через сотни лет, уже в начале 18 века, уже союзное королевство Норвегии и Дании снова организовало экспедицию на остров. Во время европейской колонизации Америки датчане и норвежцы хотели проверить свои старые поселения и подтвердить территориальные притязания на Гренландию. Главой экспедиции был норвежский лютеранский пастор и миссионер Ханс Эгеде. Он переживал, что поселенцы могли пропустить реформацию и по-прежнему оставались католиками. Но по прибытию на остров Ханс не обнаружил ни одного оставшегося европейца. Остров населяли только инуиты. Они лучше приспособились к холоду. Тогда миссионер сосредоточил свои усилия на обращении в христианство именно их. С тех пор большинство гренландских инуитов – протестанты-лютеране. Что интересно, чуть больше 100 лет назад, в 1916 году, уже имели место территориальные споры между Данией и Соединенными Штатами Америки. Штаты еще тогда имели претензии на северную часть острова. Впрочем, довольно слабые претензии. Дания, в свою очередь, владела 3 островами в Вест-Индии, или, говоря современным языком, на Карибах. В результате сделки США купили эти острова у Дании за $25 миллионов, примерно $700 миллионов в текущих ценах. Со своей стороны, США обещали не возражать против распространения датским правительством своих политических и экономических интересов на всю территорию Гренландии. Милая карикатура по этому поводу. 3 негритенка как метафора 3 островов. Видимо, в этот раз будет один огромный эскимос. Кстати, именно тогда Штаты получили от датчан Little St. James. Сегодня он известен всему миру как остров Эпштейна. Сейчас прервемся на небольшую рекламную интеграцию. Посмотрите ее, пожалуйста, это помогает мне выпускать ролики чаще и лучше. Знаете, ко мне иногда обращаются мои друзья и знакомые, чтобы я воспользовался для них своей картой зарубежного банка. Потому что картой российского банка сейчас невозможно совершить оплату при бронировании зарубежного отеля, аренде машины. Еще один территориальный спор возник у датчан в начале 30-х годов прошлого века с Норвегией. Несколько норвежских мореплавателей причалили на незаселенный восточный берег Гренландии и подняли там флаг своей страны. Они назвали занятую территорию землей Эрика Рыжего, в честь того самого викинга. Мол, он же был норвежцем, а значит, Норвегия имеет право хотя бы на часть этого острова. При этом интересно, что норвежцы в своей высадке промахнулись и высадились ровно на противоположный берег от того, на котором когда-то основал первое поселение Эрик Рыжий. Позднее Международный суд при Лиге наций, постоянная палата международного правосудия, вынес решение против Норвегии, и та отказалась от своих претензий. В самом начале Второй мировой войны остров был оккупирован американскими войсками по формальному соглашению с датским послом в США, но не очень правильно с точки зрения даже тогдашнего международного права, что у вас посол Дании в вашей стране говорит: да, оккупируйте, и вы оккупируете, и делаете вид, что это нормально. Фактически это все равно оккупация. Но да, важно иметь в виду, что это произошло после того, как нацистская Германия оккупировала материковую Данию. Американцы опасались, что немцы смогут захватить и Гренландию. Остров был важным логистическим узлом во время войны. Гренландские аэродромы использовались для дозаправки американских самолетов на пути в Великобританию. К слову, тут есть интересный эпизод, который иллюстрирует огромные размеры Гренландии. В августе 1942 года немецкая армия установила на восточном побережье Гренландии 4 секретных метеостанции. Союзники смогли обнаружить эти метеостанции и уничтожить их только спустя 2 года. Но по итогам Второй мировой войны американцы осознали, что им понравился остров. После войны они предложили Дании продать его за $100 миллионов. В текущих ценах это примерно $1,5 миллиарда. Дания категорически отклонила это предложение, поскольку остров рассматривался как неотъемлемая часть датского королевства. Вместо этого Дания подписала с США так называемое соглашение об обороне Гренландии. Оно позволило США сохранить свои военные базы, а при необходимости расширять их и строить новые. Формально это подавалось как помощь Дании в защите Гренландии, ведь сама она не располагала достаточными силами для этого. При этом строительство новых баз требовало согласия датских властей, а использовать территорию острова можно было исключительно в оборонительных целях НАТО. И, конечно, без ущерба для суверенитета Дании. Правда, надо сказать, что все эти условия дались в результате сложного переговорного процесса. Изначально американцы хотели поставить датчанам гораздо более жесткие условия и не согласовывать с ними ни расширение своих военных баз, ни думать о суверенитете Дании, но все-таки датчане долго сопротивлялись и выбили для себя такие относительно приемлемые условия. Это соглашение действует и сейчас. С тех пор в Гренландии осталась одна действующая военная база на северо-западе страны – Петуфик, что с гренландского языка переводится как «место для привязи» или «место для швартовки». Правда, многие журналисты и даже посольство США в Дании переводят это место как «место для привязи собак». Этим переводом, конечно, можно немного обидеть американских военных. Так зачем же теперь Трампу присоединять Гренландию? Первая причина – это, конечно, важное геостратегическое положение острова.
С точки зрения национальной безопасности, она имеет огромное стратегическое значение. Вся Гренландия окружена российскими и китайскими кораблями.
Многие эксперты сразу же раскритиковали высказывание Трампа. Паул Сигурдхильде из Норвежского института оборонных исследований заявил: Гренландия не кишит китайскими и российскими судами. Это полная чушь. Ему вторит директор по исследованиям в области арктической и океанической политики в институте Нансена в Осло. Цитата. «Вокруг Гренландии нет российских и китайских кораблей. Россия и Китай не обладают возможностью оккупировать Гренландию или установить над ней контроль». Но один из жителей Гренландии в интервью Associated Press заявил следующее, цитата. «Единственные китайцы, которых я вижу, когда захожу в закусочную». По словам того же жителя Дании, он часто выходит в море под парусом и на охоту, но никогда не видел ни российских, ни китайских кораблей. По словам экспертов, зона действия России в Арктике – Баренцево море, у скандинавского побережья. Китай и вовсе не относится к числу арктических государств, а китайский военно-морской флот можно найти разве что в Беринговом море, у южного побережья Аляски. Там китайцы, кстати, действуют совместно с Россией. Представитель Китая призвал США перестать использовать китайскую угрозу для преследования собственных интересов. Тем не менее, доля правды в словах Трампа есть. Военное значение Гренландии сложно отрицать. Во время Холодной войны Гренландия была важным пунктом американской противоракетной обороны. Оттуда можно было обнаружить потенциальные пролеты советских ракет над Северным полюсом. Правда, всю ту же задачу американские средства ПРО на острове, на их военной базе все еще выполняют. У побережья Гренландии пролегает так называемый GIUK Gap – морской коридор между Гренландией, Исландией и Великобританией. На русском его называют Фареро-Исландский рубеж. По сути, это единственный способ попасть с северо-востока в Атлантический океан. Тот самый Nice Ocean, который защищает США. Еще во время Второй мировой войны немецкие подводные лодки неоднократно пытались прорвать рубеж, чтобы блокировать союзные морские конвои. Во время Холодной войны GIUK Gap был важным звеном противолодочной обороны НАТО против СССР. В последние годы его значимость снова возросла. В 2019 году Россия проводила подводные учения с участием 10 подводных лодок. Они вышли из портов Кольского полуострова и направились в Норвежское море. По данным разведки Норвегии, целью учений была отработка навыков незаметного прорыва российских подлодок в Северную Атлантику. Не секрет, что в последние годы Россия усиливает свое присутствие в Арктике. Неудивительно, что Дональд Трамп этого опасается и стремится, в свою очередь, улучшить позиции Америки в этом регионе. На данный момент американцы контролируют лишь относительно небольшой кусок морской территории вокруг Аляски, в то время как на Россию приходится примерно половина Северного Ледовитого океана. Недавно Россия обновила свою морскую доктрину и концепцию внешней политики. В них Арктика названа жизненно важным районом обеспечения национальных интересов страны. Глава МИД России Сергей Лавров в интервью в 2024 году заявил, цитата, «Россия полностью готова отстаивать свои интересы в Арктике, в военном, политическом и военно-техническом плане». 2/3 атомных подводных лодок России расположены на базах Северного флота, в том числе лодки последнего поколения, класса «Ясень», которые оснащены новой гиперзвуковой ракетой «Циркон», а также подводная лодка «Белгород», которая способна нести «Посейдоны», уникальные беспилотные дроны-торпеды с ядерной установкой. Именно это оружие, среди прочего, Путин анонсировал в своем знаменитом послании Федеральному собранию в 2018 2018 году, а Дмитрий Медведев называл его «оружием судного дня». Впрочем, Посейдоны все еще находятся на стадии испытаний, а некоторые эксперты высказывают сомнения в их эффективности и целесообразности. Возникает только один вопрос. Действительно ли для решения военных задач Америке необходим контроль над Гренландией? Ведь США уже имеют военную базу на острове, а соглашение с Данией позволяет им увеличивать свое военное присутствие по необходимости. Все время Холодной войны, даже в самые острые фазы, США и НАТО были способны решать свои задачи и статус-кво без контроля над Гренландией. Но помимо исключительно военных интересов, есть еще и интересы экономические и политические. Глобальное потепление делает Арктику более доступной для судоходства. Объемы морских перевозок по северным путям растут уже много лет. В теории, это может сделать Арктику привлекательной альтернативой Суэцкому и Панамскому каналам. В некоторых случаях путь из Восточной Азии в Западную Европу по этим маршрутам сокращается на треть. Помимо России, особенно активен на этом направлении и Китай. В 2018 году он опубликовал свою первую арктическую стратегию. Пока Китай скромно называет себя приарктическим государством, но к 2030 году он хочет стать настоящей полярной сверхдержавой. Он активно инвестирует в северные морские пути, или полярный шелковый путь, как он сам это называет. Альтернативные морские торговые маршруты очень важны для Китая. Классический путь в Европу через Суэцкий канал сопряжен сразу с несколькими крупными рисками. Баб-эль-Мандебский пролив у побережья Йемена регулярно обстреливается хуситами. Другой важнейший пролив – Малакский. Он отделяет Малайзию и Сингапур от Индонезии. Зависимость от этого пролива называют в Китае Малакской дилеммой, и долгое время это считается одной из важнейших проблем национальной безопасности Поднебесной. Оба пролива подвержены атакам пиратов, но это не главное. Главное, что оба пролива регулярно патрулируются военно-морским флотом США. Китай опасается, что это делает его слишком легкой мишенью для морской блокады. В случае острого противостояния США это нанесет огромный урон экспортной китайской экономике. Тем не менее, северные морские пути тоже имеют серьезные ограничения. Даже летом судам там часто требуется ледокольное сопровождение. На маршруте почти нет крупных портов, которые обычно используются для разгрузки и дозагрузки. Ну и, конечно, в таком случае возникает зависимость от другого, крупного и непредсказуемого игрока – от России. Поэтому объемы перевозок здесь остаются небольшими, в десятки раз меньше, чем на традиционных маршрутах. Хотя в прошлом году появились сообщения о том, что Китай может пересмотреть свою идею полярной державы и уменьшить свое присутствие в Арктике. Происходит все это из-за сближения России и США. Вот как советник Трампа по нацбезопасности Майк Уолтс комментирует интересы США в регионе.
У России 60 ледоколов, некоторые из которых атомные. Также Китай строит свои.
Марк Уолтс тут, к слову, соврал. У России только 42 ледокола, и 8 из них атомные. Помимо торговых маршрутов, арктические шельфы богаты запасами нефти. Тот же Майк Уолтс, по сути, подтверждает американский интерес. Речь идет о том, что по мере отступления полярных ледяных шапок китайцы начинают строить ледоколы и продвигаться туда же.
Это нефть и газ. Это наша национальная безопасность.
По данным Геологической службы США, запасы нефти в Гренландии, включая шельф, составляют 31 миллиард баррелей. Запасы газа – несколько триллионов кубометров. Это именно оценочные, а не доказанные запасы. То есть просто по прикидкам предполагается, сколько там есть ресурсов. И тут же надо сказать, что независимые оценки по гренландской нефти гораздо более скромные. 4 миллиарда баррелей, при этом для быстрого развертывания добычи годится лишь 1 миллиард 200 миллионов баррелей. Повторюсь, это все прогнозы и прикидки, а не точно разведанные запасы. И это не очень много. С такими цифрами Гренландия в лучшем случае вошла бы в топ-20 стран по запасам. Но в то же время Гренландия занимает 8-е место в мире по запасам редкоземельных металлов. Тем не менее, экономическая целесообразность добычи ресурсов Гренландии вызывает большие вопросы. Дело в том, что как нефть, так и редкоземельные металлы там невероятно сложно и дорого добывать. Проблема и в суровом климате, и в сложной геологии, и в сложной логистике. Гренландия довольно сильно удалена от материка. В начале нулевых годов правительство Гренландии само массово раздавало лицензии иностранным компаниям на добычу нефти. Но многие из этих компаний впоследствии самостоятельно вышли из проектов на острове. По мнению этих компаний, до коммерческой добычи нефти в Гренландии еще далеко. В мире полно мест, где нефти много, а добывать ее проще и дешевле. В 2021 году правительство и вовсе приняло решение больше не выдавать новых лицензий на нефтедобычу. В Гренландии есть другие интересные ресурсы, например, уран. Правда, с 2021 года гренландские власти запрещают добывать уран на своей территории из-за потенциального загрязнения окружающей среды. Ну и последнее, о чем стоит сказать. В случае с Гренландией важную роль может играть личный интерес Трампа. Кажется, уже ни для кого не секрет, что стареющий американский президент хочет навсегда оставить свое имя в истории. Получить Нобелевскую премию мира ему не удалось, но если он присоединит Гренландию, он точно войдет в учебники истории. В случае успеха Гренландия станет самым большим штатом США, на четверть больше Аляски и в 3 раза больше штата Техас. Такая одержимость Трампа Гренландии кое-что напоминает. Как я уже сказал, интерес к Гренландии у Трампа возник давно, еще во время его первого президентского срока. Бывший советник Трампа Джон Болтон вспоминает, что в 2018 году президент вызвал его в свой кабинет и впервые высказал идею о покупке острова. Эту мысль вложил в голову Трампу его друг, американский бизнесмен Рональд Лаудер. По словам Болтона, Трампа заинтересовали размеры и потенциал острова. Глядя на карту, он спросил, почему у нас этого нет. После этого Трамп начал проводить идею о покупке острова в своем окружении. Он даже предлагал обменять Гренландию на Пуэрто-Рико. По воспоминаниям его советников, это повергло в шок многих из них. Трамп относился к этому как к крупной сделке с недвижимостью. Посмотрите на карту. Я занимаюсь недвижимостью, я смотрю на угол и говорю, мне нужно купить этот магазин для здания, которое я строю и так далее. Знаете, это не так уж сильно отличается. Весь 2019 год Трамп был буквально одержим этой идеей. В августе Трамп выложил шуточный твит. «Обещаю, что не буду этого делать с Гренландией». На прикрепленном фото был изображен Трамп Тауэр на фоне гренландских пейзажей. Это разозлило датчан. Премьер-министр Дании Метте Фредриксон назвала идею покупки острова абсурдной. Трамп в ответ обиделся и назвал отказ Дании мерзким и даже отменил запланированную поездку в Копенгаген. Во время второго президентского срока Трамп вернулся к своей идее. Прямо в день инаугурации он назвал контроль США над Гренландией критическим для национальной и международной безопасности. Потом тема немного стухла. Трамп был занят Газой, Украиной и другими войнами. Но в самом начале 2026 года тема вспыхивает снова. Практически сразу же после свержения президента Венесуэлы Николаса Мадуро Трамп дает интервью на борту своего самолета и заявляет: «Америке нужна Гренландия». Трамп шутит, что Дания не может сама защитить Гренландию, ведь оборона острова состоит из 2 собачьих упряжек. Раньше многие относились к таким заявлениям Трампа несерьезно. Но сейчас, после венесуэльской спецоперации, европейцы явно насторожены. 9 января на встрече с нефтяниками в Белом доме Трамп еще раз обозначает серьезность своих намерений.
Сейчас мы собираемся сделать кое-что в Гренландии, нравится им это или нет. Я бы
Alright.
Yeah. Ha! 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 Ra! Ha! Yeah.
Beautiful.
So nice and warm.
Oh, folks. Bonk me.
Show them. Come on out. Show them. Come on out. Yeah.
Let's remove the fox.
Yeah.
He's cool. Anyway.
Positions. Yeah. Two. With all my strength. Ha! Two. Two. Yeah. Ha. Two. Yeah. Positions. Yeah. Yeah.
Ah, from the top.
A dash of frosting! Cha! Ha! Za! Ha!
Oh, Spark.
Extinguished! Ha! Cha! Cha! Ha! Yeah!
Almost there. Okay. Hmm. Mhm. Okay, that's glorious. All right. or something.
My parents always say,
What's going on, everybody? So we've received a ton of free weapons in Arknight's Enfield. In fact, you get a selector after 40 headhunts. You get a free 6-star box at level 45. If you get the Origeometry Battle Pass, you get another selector as well from 3 distinct Battle Pass weapons. Now, in today's video, I'm going to be going over every single weapon and how well it performs with multiple characters. The only ones I'm not going to go over are the 6-star standard character ones, since those have a guaranteed character that they work for, and those are likely who you're going to get them for. With all that being said, my name is Braxophone. You can call me Brax. And let's get into it. Let's go ahead and start with a level 45 weapon box. The weapons in this are Jet, White Knight Nova, Detonation Unit, Wedge, and Exemplar. Now, all 5 of these weapons are pretty specific and work for just a couple characters, but can have universally positive effects on all of them if you don't have other options. So first off, let's talk about Jet. Now, Jet has a main attribute bonus, and actually all of the weapons in this box are going to have a main attribute bonus, meaning that they can work pretty dang well with any character in the game, because it's always going to buff their main attribute. In Aviana's case, I think I just butchered her name, by the way, that is Will. But in addition to that, the secondary stat of this one is going to be attack. But honestly, what we're really looking at here is the third effect. Now, this one shows that you actually get some arch damage increase, and it's based on when you cast a skill or a combo skill. Now, this is actually really good all around, because this means any elemental damage dealer can take advantage of every single one of these effects. And in her case, she deals elemental damage with 3 of her abilities, only missing them on her basic attack. So as a result, Jet is a pretty dang good weapon for her. But when we go over and look at Li Feng, he is a physical damage dealer, and so he's not going to get the benefits of the arts damage dealt, even if he uses a skill or a combo skill, meaning that this is okay on him because it still increases his main attribute.
Ah, yes. This. This is what I want.
Hello DGens, welcome back to Enfield. Now today I've got a bunch of things that a lot of people are missing, and they're pretty mixed in variety. There's quite a lot to cover, so I'm not going to take too long with this, but I'd also be interested in hearing if you had found anything interesting or helpful, and if you did, I'd appreciate it if you dropped it down in the comments below. That, or come join the Discord in the description below to spread your forbidden knowledge. Thank you. That said, let's get right into it. Starting off with a tip from our boy, Nib the Cat. And in one of my last videos, he actually left a comment in regards to the index over here. And so what I said was to go into each of these resource farming material stages and then essentially do each of these one by one to blow the stamina, because you have to do the previous level to unlock the next level and the level after that. Now, our boy Nib the Cat actually went one step even further, and what he shared with us was that we can actually complete these stages without spending stamina all the way up to level 5, and then only dump stamina in the most stamina efficient one, which is again level 5. And so how exactly you do this is that you go into the stage, and it's okay that I don't have enough stamina. I'm just going to go ahead and go in anyway. I'm going to go ahead and complete this entire stage, and then I will see you guys at the very end of this. All right, and so we've just finished the stage. And so what he said was that instead of clicking claim rewards over here, what you can actually do is actually come back out and click this retreat button up in the top left hand corner, or escape. So retreat, and I'm going to go confirm, and hopefully this should actually unlock the next level. So I was on level 2 just then, and this should unlock level 3. Loading, 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 and level 3 is unlocked. Holy crap. That's actually kind of nice. And so the reason that you would do that is so that you can use your stamina on higher level, more stamina efficient stages. Now, if you're like me and you've kind of completed it all anyway, don't worry too much. It's just like 5 stages. But I thought that that was a really neat tip. All right, so the second tip I have is the infinite seed/plant generating machine, and it's this guy over here. Now, I just kind of came up with this one on my own, so it's not like hyper optimized, but if I was to kind of move this out, let me show you what exactly it looks like. M to move, and then this guy right here. And you can see I arranged it all to one side so that I can stack 2 of them together. But the TLDR of this guy is essentially, well, this can be self-contained, so it doesn't have to go into a depot bus, and it also does not have to go back into your AIC base like this thing over here. It's freaking messy. I don't really want to touch that. So this pattern over here, seed picking unit going out into 2 planting units, and these planting units are both funneling one of these belts back into the seed picking unit, and then on top of that, we've also got the planting units that are pushing one trail into the protocol stash. So this guy right here. And if you guys don't know what this is, this guy essentially can act as your endpoint to funnel your resources back to your main base. So all of these plants that are going into protocol stash, this is going to eventually go into our depot. And so doing this is essentially the same thing as putting it back into like one of these lines over here. So it's for this reason that you shouldn't go over to crafting, and you shouldn't just like craft everything into powders. Make sure that you always have at least one of the plants or one of the seeds so that you can do this infinite plant slash seed kind of mechanism. And then of course, because it's self-contained, we can put this anywhere. And when you eventually expand the area of the AIC land, you can kind of see what I'm doing, right? Like this is not interfering with anything else. And I've got a whole bunch of depot stuff going all along there, but the seed generation is 100% down here. Now, the other thing is that sand leaf, this guy right here, this is used in pretty much every freaking recipe. And so I have a whole bunch of these guys going. Now, the other thing that you could do is that sand leaf powder specifically. So running the sand leaf through the shredding unit. So I'm just going to place that down, click over here. And this guy over here is used in so many things. So what you could do is you could actually, on top of doing this, chain the shredding unit. So I'm going to place the shredding unit here. I'm going to just chain this over here, and then this can go straight in. And so what I'm doing is I am now just converting some of these plants into the seeds. So let me just clean that up a little bit. And as you can see, the seeds are going into the depot with the protocol stash. Now, on the topic of seeds, let me just clean this up again. One of the most important seeds in the game is actually acatine. So if I come down to my base, you will see acatine, not sure how to pronounce it. This guy is really important because the dust, if I come over to, I believe it's packaging unit, come up over here and you can see acatine powder plus the amethyst parts equals explosives. And the reality is that even in Wuling, even post main story, I'm still finding things to bomb. So you absolutely should make a whole bunch of acatine powder, and I reckon maybe about 100 explosives will be enough to get you to endgame, maybe a little bit more. All right, so next, let's talk a little bit about the ship. Now, the reality of the ship, as well as each of these rooms, so we've got the manufacturing cabins, growth chamber, whatever, what I've realized now is that it's kind of inconsequential. Like the amount of mats that you get from this is not very much. That might get me like a 10% of one level at level 80. And then coming over to the growth chamber, like all of these materials, if you have been kind of like opening up the map and gathering them, I'm pretty sure, like 99% sure that you won't have a shortage in any of this. And so this growth chamber this one's a lot less effective than I hoped it would be. So don't worry too much if you haven't like maxed out your ship. Now, what's really important about the ship, let me see if I can find somebody. All right, so I found my Panda Man. Whoa, bro just waved at us. What the heck? Okay, let's talk to him. What is really interesting and what most people are missing is that you should be gifting your characters with, well, gifts. And the reason why, before we go into that whole system, I'm going to come over here, show you the ability matrix, and then you can see these nodes up here. There is a whole bunch of free stats that we are actually missing out on. And to unlock these stats, you have to reach trust levels, milestones with the operators. So if I come back to Panda, that is exactly what we're going to do here. We're going to offer a gift, and you can see boom, boom, boom. And that friendship gauge over there, it's popping right up. However, what you're going to realize is that this guy requires a lot of gifts to even like fill up this gauge. And so take note of that and how fast that's filling up. I'm going to go ahead and go find somebody else because like F you, Panda. All right, and so we have Li Feng over here. I'm going to go ahead and talk to, oh my God, I actually made him stand up. All right, so let's go ahead and offer the gift. And what you'll see is boom, there are some gifts that actually fill up 30.
Okay. 29 days, so another week. So that's another 14. I will be able to do it.
3% of the gauge. They fill up 1/3 of the gauge, and you can see there are some other shitty gifts that don't really fill up that much. So every day, what I do is I go around to the operators that I use, and I try to find the gift that actually gives them that 33% gauge. Now, you technically can keep going. You can see we've got like the orange gauge over here. That's kind of just like a daily limit to kind of time gate you. So what I would recommend is to go 1, 2, 3, and then that is done. Call it a day. Give bro some gifts and keep him happy and enslaved on board your ship. Call it. So you can see we've got actually gives. So every day, what I do is I go around to the operators that I use and I try to find the gift that actually gives them that 33% gauge. Now, you technically can keep going. You can see we've got like the orange gauge over here. That's kind of just like a daily limit to kind of time gate you. So what I would recommend is to go 1, 2, 3, and then that is done. Call it a day. Give bro some gifts and keep him happy and enslaved on board your ship. And so the other thing about gifting operators is that you can actually receive gifts from them. And so you can see Avawena, we've got a present icon there. I'm going to go ahead and talk to her and then go ahead and accept that gift. Ooh. And that is going to be a bunch of canned citrum. Now, it typically is just a bunch of food. I'm not sure why Li Feng has walked up to us and is staring at us like that. That's kind of weird, bro. Do you want something? What is their problem? So before we go to the next area, I want to quickly talk about the acquisition center, quota exchange, AIC quota exchange. So this shop right here. This one's really nice because you can buy a whole bunch of end game materials. So these guys are, for example, used to level up your characters from 80 to 90, or rather to limit break them to E4. But the real treasure is every single patch or banner, we actually going to get these headhunting limited permits. Now, problem. So before we go to the next area, I want to quickly talk about the acquisition center, quota exchange, AIC quota exchange. So this shop right here. This one's really nice because you can buy a whole bunch of end game materials. So these guys are, for example, used to level up your characters from 80 to 90, or rather to limit break them to E4. But the real treasure is every single patch or banner, we actually going to get these headhunting limited permits. Now, to get this currency, all you have to do is click the bottom left hand corner, token exchange quota, and your excess potentials for each of your characters, and this will apply to 5 stars and 6 stars as well, will be converted into this currency. Now, what a lot of people have experienced is that they don't actually see this, and the reason is because to access this, to be able to convert the excess potentials, you have to go over to your operators. And so let's take Fluorite for example. You have to have actually gone into this potential screen and completely unlocked everything before you can actually go ahead and trade those into the shop. All right, so since we've been talking about this whole like gifting system, well, how exactly do you get gifts? So go ahead and open up your menu. We'll go over to regional development. This guy is the rabbit. So go ahead and click in. And what you'll first notice is that there is a whole bunch of really nice stuff over here. What you should also notice is that all of this stuff also does not have a timer on it, which means that it doesn't refresh, it doesn't expire. These guys do, because you can see the 18 hours, whatever. But what I'm trying to say is that this stuff is going to be here for a very long time. It is therefore a way better idea to, instead of spend like 24k or 400k on all of this stuff, to rather invest all of your regional currency into upgrading your facilities. I'm talking the rabbit, the owl, as well as the depot box. That said though, there is one thing that you should spend on in this shop, and if I scroll down a little bit, you'll see cultural goods. Now, I don't have it anymore, and that's because I bought out the shop. But this is where all of the gifts live. Now, I know they look really expensive, 30k, 30k, 30k a pop. I mean, like, high maintenance operators, what can I say? But what you will see is that I had actually bought out a whole bunch of the gifts at 99% discount. Holy crap. That is bargain city, baby. So what you should do is at least go ahead and buy out. I believe there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 different types of gifts. There are 15 of them. Buy all of them out and give them daily, 3 of them to your operators. All right, and so whilst we're here, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys how exactly the elastic goods work, because this guy, oh my god, this is pretty much Zimbabwe right here. It's printing money. And I know I covered this in my last video, but I didn't really show the process, so I think people got confused. Now, the first thing is that the base price of all of this is 2,000. Therefore, all of the discounts and overprices, all of the up and down arrows, they are on like the same benchmark. Now, what I can see is that I can buy this Sesquam Mum Knucklebones for a 44% discount. I'm going to go ahead and click this, and then this is the screen that pops up that lets me buy it. Now, this is the important part. I'm going to go ahead and check my friend's price and have a look at how much I actually get. So this price and this percentage is compared to how much it costs for me to buy it. So I'm buying at 1,112 and I'm selling at 4.9k. That's going to be an increase of 346%. I'm going to go ahead and actually do that. purchase it all, and so that is the package itself. I'm going to go back into the same item, click friend's price, and then what you do is you click this guy's profile picture and visit his ship. Now, let's continue after this loads. All right, so now we're on my friend's ship, and he seems to be an Antil fan. That's kind of based. Anyway, swing back over here, and you can see that there are a bunch of boxes. Head on over, click F or select whatever, and you'll see your items over here. Go ahead and click that, and then boost that baby up, and boom. That is big profit. And so that is how you use the elastic goods system with friends. So add a lot of friends. Now, there is going to be a certain scenario in which you're not going to have deep discounts. I'm going to come back over to regional development, stock redistribution into elastic goods, and you can see, you know, there are some like 22%, 37%. Now, interestingly, in Wuling, I had all greens, which means that the price was, well, it was overpriced. All of my products in the shop were overpriced. Therefore, you should not be doing your elastic goods on that day. And why this is possible is because of these numbers up here. So the can purchase is now 0 out of 960. The 960 represents how many buys or purchases I can make. So before, this was actually at 70 out of 960, so I could only buy 70 of these guys, but my cap is at 960. So 18 hours later, this corresponds to daily reset. Tomorrow, I will have 320 out of 960. And so what this means is that you can store up to 3 days worth of purchases and then blow all of them at once if you like. And why exactly you would do that is because of situations like if you have all of the overpriced stuff. For example, if you saw like only the first row and not this 37%, maybe there was this 22.4% discount and then everything else was overpriced, you'd be like, yo, I'm gonna wait for a deep discount, like a 45% or something like that. And so you can wait up to 1, 2, 3 days, wait for this thing to stack up, and then blow it all on the right day. All right, and so the last thing I wanted to talk about is if you're having a little bit of trouble in terms of combat progression, so even like pushing the main story, what you can do is you can come over to crafting, and then under find F&M, what you'll see is a whole bunch of foods, which most of us have probably ignored. Now, we can ignore it no longer. I'm going to sort by quality, and what you're going to see is that some of these bad boys actually give you crazy stats. So take a second, look at that, read it. That is freaking cracked. 25% damage dealt to all forms of damage, and this isn't even that hard to get. We've got Ferium bottles, that is so easy to make. And then for the second ingredient, we've got Scorch bugs, which are like, they're freaking like shiny little things in the open world. I'd be very surprised if you hadn't collected some of these. So that's probably the best offensive one. We've also got some crit rate stuff. So this guy over here at crit rate plus 21%. Holy heck. And then of course, if you are trying to skip gear, this is probably what will help. The Wuling Flame Beyonce, which gives a whole bunch of defense as well as damage reduction. All right, aside from that, to be honest, I had probably like another 10 points, 12 points that I wanted to cover, but this video has kind of gone on long enough. So how about let's go for a part 2? And so because there is going to be a part 2, please do subscribe. That will help me out. It will help the channel out. And if you did find this video helpful, please consider leaving a like, sharing it, commenting. Y'all know what helps. And of course, join the Discord server down in the description below. But otherwise, my DGens, this is the end. So thank you guys so much for watching. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Bye-bye.
Entering core AIC.
2026 наступил. Видосов все нет. Капитан, спячке. Здорово, солнышки! Так как видео не было с прошлого года, вот небольшая сводка новостей. Смотрите, канал Happy Wolf не закрылся, кто напишет, к сожалению, за баню. Так что в этом году нас ждет целая куча интересных и новых игр. Смотрите, и Resident Evil 9, и пожалуй, хватит нам новых игр. Мне вообще думать вредно, вон у нас всегда есть Frostpunk, Санта-Барбаре на 200 серий, и шутками про кашу из опилок, и тем, кому этот юмор задолбал, я очень соболезную, потому что, во-первых, вторая часть не последняя, а во-вторых, эти шутки спустя 10 лет добрались до ТикТока, что дало новый виток распукивания населения, и выжигатель мозгов в лице моего канала будет работать еще долго, дай бог. Посему всех, кто не доработал 24 часа на сталелитейке, вернуться на рабочее место, а вообще, конечно, раньше было повеселее. И капитан был моложе, и первая часть была похожа на деревню дураков с тупыми законами, но поскольку доить ее бесконечно было трудновато, приходилось придумывать все эти рофлы и раздувать среди аудитории. Вторая же часть стала громадной и наполнилась контентом, в том числе и политизированным. В ней теперь надо учитывать мнение не только собственное, что вообще непозволительно для такой тонкой душевной натуры, как капитан, но и мнение фракции идиотов. Уголь сменился на нефть, дома превратились в человейники, а ручной культ шутов под названием Нью-Лондонцы разросся и раскололся на кучу субкультур, одна хуже другой. В сегодняшнем новом DLC под названием «Расколотые утопии» об этом и поговорим. Это дополнение 2026 года основано, как нетрудно догадаться, на режиме утопии и раскола внутри него. Бесконечный режим теперь предлагает аж 2 новых сценария в виде фаталистов и чумы, ну и как вишенка на торте апокалиптический буран. Сопливые и вечно недовольные детишки тянут обосранное одеяло каждый в свою сторону, механики на прогресс, заготовщики на адаптацию, торговцы на заслуги, труженики на равенство, мыслители на здравомыслие, ну и лондонцы, как ни странно, за традиции, хотя в первой части традиционно они топили, чтоб капитан сел на парашу. Перемешивая между собой этих покемонов, рождается стартовая локация, которая будет булить капитана жестче всего: смотрители, богемцы, авантюристы, латальщики, технократы, ледокровки, протейцы и легионеры. Логично предположить, что если вы пикаете фракцию Snoop Dogg, то их цели должны совпадать с целями 3 стартовых сообществ. В противном случае их будут поливать всем, чем не нужно, а потом они будут поливать всем, чем не нужно, капитана. Никакой закон о каше из грибов тут уже не поможет. Более того, всегда будет рождаться хотя бы одна оппозиционная фракция, которая начнет ломать город изнутри. Так что наша задача сегодня не сдохнуть в буране, не сдохнуть от чумы и не сдохнуть от фаталистов, которые попытаются взорвать генератор. Ну и дожить бы до закона о капитанстве. И еще в 2026 году нас ждет DLC Аврора и какой-то там третий, не знаю, DLC. Короче, походу игра и правда с канала не уйдет никогда, скорее меня изгонит, так что начинаем сразу после интеграции. Знаете, Frostpunk, конечно, гениальная стратегия. Ну а что если я расскажу вам за аниме-стратегию? Благо Arknights Endfield как раз то, что нужно, причем за бесплатно и без злого капитана. Местный администратор берет полномочия заиметь территории по ходу... Итак, дамы и господа, Frostpunk и его порванные утопии. Капитан на связи, выбираем фаталистов-бунтарей, выбираем чуму, выбираем апокалиптический буран. Лохт, уровень сложности игры значительно вырастет. Я уеду в Нью-Лондон. Пожалуйста, послушайте. Я уеду в Нью-Лондон. Вот вы меня спросите, а почему ледокровки? А потому что они лысые, у них нет вшей, уже плюс. А 6% фракции превратятся в 88, потому что никто не хочет с ними жить. У каждой фракции свое древо прокачки, в данном...
Hey guys, it's Sasha. AI companies have started running out of money, and things now seem pretty desperate. According to Bloomberg, Sam Altman is trying to find the next batch of gullible investors to give him another $50 billion after burning through the money that they've collected only a few months ago, because the existing investors are now refusing to give AI companies even more money than they already have. 3 years after ChatGPT arrived, there is still no viable commercial model for LLMs. None of them are making any profits. In fact, the losses are only getting worse. And the users that use these products are refusing to pay to use AI models. So we have a bit of an issue, because not so long ago, it didn't matter that AI companies were burning hundreds of billions of dollars and buying millions of graphics cards. You see, the future is going to be amazing with AI and robots enabling sustainable abundance for all. We were told that these large language models would generate so much much value that none of us would even need to work. Within just a few months, most of our jobs would become immediately redundant, and we would all have free money given to us via universal income. Remember that? Sam Altman has been talking about AGI coming imminently for the last few years because that's required to collect money from investors. And because I am a boomer, I thought that
With the data now officially in, today I'm going to be proving to you all that Arknight's Enfield has the most free-to-play friendly gacha out of any of the mainstream titles. That includes Honkai Star Rail, Wuthering Waves, Genshin Impact, and Zenless Zone Zero. Arknight's Enfield beats them all. Before today, people were concerned about things such as pool currency acquisition, they were concerned about the weapon banner if you end up getting characters too early, and they were concerned about the actual rates of the gacha itself. And in all three aspects, I'm here to tell you that I just proved that Arknight's Enfield is more free-to-play friendly than any other gacha system. That's a pretty big claim, so let's start getting to explaining. Many of you are already familiar with how the Arknight's Enfield gacha system works, right? It's pretty much the same as Wuthering Waves. You have a 0.8 base rate, and from that 0.8 base rate, you keep pulling until you hit 65 where the soft pity starts, and from that 65 you get a 5% incremental increase until you get the character up to a hard cap of 80 pulls, right? This pity is part of a 50-50 system where you have a 50% chance of obtaining the on-banner character, in our case Leviathan, or you have a 50% chance to gain something else. In our case, we'll get into that in a little bit. The biggest feature of this banner is the 120 guarantee. That means that if you have not obtained the rate up character by 120 pulls, you're guaranteed to get the rate up character, aka Leviathan, by that 120 pulls, or on that 120 pull if you go all the way to that pity. So now simulations have been run just to see how friendly this system actually is compared to other gacha systems, which I'm actually going to bring up right now. Thanks to Kukikaze for running the simulations, but they're actually slightly incorrect. We'll get to this in a bit. So he says right over here that the Arknight's Enfield actually has an 81.97 average pulls in order to get the rate up unit with a 120 cap. These are obtained from doing Python simulations, plugging in the data that I just mentioned before with the rate up and the expected values of Enfield. Obviously, Hoyoverse is not even close, as the base rate in that game is 0.6 and the soft pity starts all the way up at 75. And Wuthering Waves over here,
12 days. Okay, that's 12 days. That's a lot of time. It's impossible. But hey, looks like it stacks. So is this, and this is a really interesting Horizon special. Is it the most compact setup? Not sure.
Is 79.48 pulls in order to get the rate up unit. However, Kukikaze actually got this wrong. When Kukikaze was doing these simulations, he was assuming that Wuthering Waves has the same soft pity rate as Arknight's Enfield, but it doesn't. I don't expect him to know that because he doesn't play Wuthering Waves, but I do. And so I know it doesn't. Let me explain it to you. So this is how the Wuthering Waves soft pity system works. When we go to 65 pulls, starting at 66, the probability increases by 4% per pull. That means compared to Arknight's Enfield, you're actually increasing at a slower rate, where Arknight's Enfield is 5% and starts at 5% at 65. Wuthering Waves starts at 66 and increases by 4% per pull. Now this goes up to 8% per pull from 71 to 75 and increases to 10% from 76 to 78, where you're guaranteed on the 79th pull. With these expected values plugged in, you actually get a rate of 81.15 pulls on average for Wuthering Waves. So what that means is both Arknight's Enfield and Wuthering Waves are within a pull of each other for the expected rate up unit. Now you're probably saying to yourself, Rin, well, if Wuthering Waves has a 0.7 less pull count on average to get the rate up 5-star, how is that more free-to-play friendly for Arknight's Enfield? Well, there's two answers to this, actually. The first answer is staring you straight in the face right now. This is Gilberta. Gilberta is currently not available as a rate up unit on the banner. Instead, how I obtained this Gilberta is actually by losing my 50-50. That's right. In Arknight's Enfield, when you lose your 50-50, you have a 2 in 7 chance of obtaining a limited character on that banner. In this case, if I lost my 50-50 to Levitain, which I did, you can get either Gilberta or Yvonne at a 1 in 7 chance for each, so 2 in 7 to get a limited total. I lost mine to Gilberta, I lost the 50-50, I got the 1 in 7, I got Gilberta. This means that upon losing your 50-50, you have a fail-safe system more built into it, a 28% chance to obtain a limited character upon failing that 50-50. There are two other extremely important things that I want to point out about the Arknight's Enfield banner before we get on to other things such as pull acquisition and the weapon banner. Now, the Arknight's Enfield banner, once you do 30 pulls on a banner, gives you a free 10 pull that is decoupled away from the actual pity of the banner. This is extremely important because you're just getting a free 10 pull for pulling on the banner, meaning the expected pull rate goes even lower for Enfield. On top of that, upon doing 60 pulls, you get another 10 pulls, though that is for the next banner. Many people aren't going to actually want the next character though, right? Maybe you don't want Gilberta. That's the next character coming out on banner. So what does that 10 pull actually do for you? Well, the answer is simple. It helps you actually build up your pity. Because remember, the 80 pity inside of Arknight's Enfield actually does carry over to the next banner. What doesn't carry over is the 120 guarantee. So that means your pity is actually being built up despite the fact that you are not carrying over the 120 guarantee. So that extra 10 pull means you're going to get a 6-star character that much earlier, giving you an increased chance of getting that 6-star and using less pulls on the banner. Also, two side notes that I just want to point out in case someone calls me a shill. I do think the system is way too convoluted. I don't think it needs to be this complicated. I'm just talking about mathematical fact. Also, I don't even like gacha. I think all these systems need to be abolished, and I was cheering on the EU as they were trying to dismantle it. And I hope they really do. I hate gachas. Anyway, let's get back to the facts. So now we've established that the Arknight's Enfield gacha system itself is actually better than all of the mainstream titles. Cool, we've got that out of the way. The other concern people had was actually about the pull currency acquisition. What they meant by that was that they thought that there was not enough pulls because during the beta, there was less pulls. However, those have been buffed. In the current state of the game, Chinese data miners have found that there's about 240 limited pulls inside of the game. So from there, people were complaining about the actual rate of being able to obtain the pulls. And I have proved that that is not the case, that you can get these pulls in a reasonable amount of time. How did I prove that? Well, actually, with my account right here. In just a single day, I was able to get enough pulls as a free-to-play player to be able to obtain Levitain. Now, I actually have 2 guides on the channel about that, so you can check those out. They're my Aurora farming guide and how I got Levitain in a single day as a free-to-play. Check those out if you want to see exactly how I did that. And you can also check out my live stream if you think I'm BSing. I did it all on stream. I didn't spend a single cent. I got enough to guarantee Levi's. But you're going to notice right here, it says 27 attempts to guarantee. Well, I actually have 14 tickets up here, plus I have 10 tickets right here, plus I have 10 tickets up here. I have way more than enough to guarantee, plus I have the bond quota over here. And I've not spent a single cent on this game. It took me a single day for me to be able to do this. Most people who are worried about pull acquisition right now are worried about it because they're playing through the story. And while I don't recommend skipping skipping through the story, especially if you want to enjoy a game like this long term, the story is not how you actually obtain Ouroboros in this game quickly. The ways that you obtain Ouroboros in this game is going to be from leveling, and it's going to be from open world exploration. It's also going to be from this node over here. This gives you a shit ton of pulls. You see every single one of these levels is 750. That's how I'm attaining a lot of my pulls. That's how I was able to get the limited character guarantee in just 24 hours of playing. So now we have the fact that you can actually obtain the character in a pretty reasonable amount of time. I don't know of any game, any of the mainstream games at least, where you can guarantee the limited banner character in a single day. I don't know of any, actually. If anyone could show me proof of a single mainstream gacha game where you can guarantee the limited character in a single day, I would love to see it. Guarantee, not get, guarantee. I would love to see it. I don't think you can. From there, though, there was one more big concern about the Arknights Enfield gacha system, and that was the weapon banner. People were concerned that they would not have enough pulls to be able to get the weapon in the weapon banner. You can see right here, I actually did enough pulls. I actually have this melting forge. This is the extra 2 right here. It means that I would have done 10. And actually show you this over here. I've already done 8. Right here, you can see Forge, Born, Skate. So I actually have Levitane's weapon. I went all the way to hard page. You'll also notice that I have not even obtained Levitane yet. What that means is I haven't even fully pulled on the banner. I haven't even gone to the guarantee. So you're asking yourself right now, Rin, how exactly did you get enough arsenal tickets to be able to do that? I was told by many people that free-to-plays wouldn't even be able to realistically get weapons. Well, the answer is simple. The standard banner. Let's do one pull right now. As we pull on the standard banner, you're gonna get arsenal tokens from these pulls. This is extremely important. The standard banner and the pulls you do on the standard banner will give you the tokens to be able to pull on the weapon banner. It is not only the limited banner that you are pulling on in order to get the tokens for the weapons. This is something that every single person Doom posting this game missed. The amount of standard pulls in this game directly correlates to how many weapon pulls you can get in this game for the limited weapons. It is extremely important. No, I'm going to say one more time. Standard banner pulls will give you the currency to pull on the weapon banner. That means aiming for standard banner pulls and the amount of standard banner pulls they actually give are important for the system. And with them giving, I think, 140 or so at the start of the game, that is extremely impactful for your account. Oh, I forgot to mention, the weapon banner is literally free. How many pulls do you spend in Wuthering Waves to get the weapon banner? That one has a guarantee. As a soft pity 65, it is technically better than Genshin Impact, but you're still spending pulls to get that. And as the weapons in Wuthering Waves become more impactful, you're going to be spending more and more and more pulls. As we see for Lova's 40%, as we see Brant's 40%, as we see all these general increases in DPS from the signatures, you are spending the pulls that should be going to your limited banner on those characters instead. Now, it is the launch of the game for Enfield. They could easily go that route. Wuthering Waves was a lot more free-to-play friendly at the start. Obviously became a little bit less as it still goes on. I'm not saying the game isn't even free-to-play friendly. I think it's relatively free-to-play friendly for a gacha, but it's undeniable that having a free weapon banner, especially in a genre where you're starting to see a lot more of a pump into people to try and squeeze them out of their money to spend on the weapon banners, is insanely impactful and free-to-play friendly. So now we've proven that mathematically this system gives you more limited 5 stars than any other of the mainstream gachas. Even only with the built-in rates on the banner, counting the extra 10 pull you get at 30, it's just more without even counting the 50-50 losses, giving you a chance to have a limited unit as well. We've gone over the pull currency acquisition and shown you that I can guarantee a character in a singular day as a free-to-play player. We've also gone over the weapon banner and the fact that people only consider the limited banner as a source of obtaining the arsenal tokens, when in reality, the pulls you do on the standard banner matter towards that as well. All 3 major concerns about the Arknights Enfield gacha system debunked in live time. If you want to see more Arknights Enfield content, make sure to subscribe, like, comment, all that stuff. You can check me out live at twitch.tv/Rin. I will be doing a tier list later today. Till then, take care.
Here it is, IAC airport. $180 per minute. So that's 60.
The number one concern I see from players so far about Enfield is that they feel like they don't have enough pulls to be able to get the limited character in time before the banner ends. So I'm here to fix that. I'm going to tell you with certainty that you are able to get enough pulls to get Levitate in a single day as a free-to-play player. Now, I did play for 27 hours straight, but now that I know the routes and now that I understand how to actually get the Aurora rolls, I can teach you guys how to do it not only faster and better, but I can tell you everything I know so you can farm for her easier. Also, as a quick side note, because someone's going to be really stupid, I have 11 pulls here, 2 pulls here, this is another 10 pull, and this is like 7. So I have more than enough to guarantee her. With that said, let's teach you how to farm Aurora rolls efficiently, and on top of that, I'll also teach you how to convert things like the bond quotas and whatnot in the most optimal manner. The first thing I want to get started out with, before you convert any of your origiometries into the premium currency to pull on Levitane's banner, I want you to buy the battle pass. As you can see here, the second tier costs origiometry, but you get a refund and then some from it. You get an extra 3 origiometry just from buying this battle pass, and you get all the goodies. Please buy this battle pass before you spend any origiometry on the premium banner. Once you buy this, you can go open season. You'll have more than enough after you end up pulling with your 120 for your guarantee to be able to get the battle pass the next time as a free-to-play player. So don't feel pressured for that. Just make sure you buy the battle pass first. With that said, the first and most important resource I've been using in order to gain premium currency is this right here, F8 your operator manual. Now, obviously the dailies inside of here will give you 200 Aurora rolls every single day. Make sure you're doing these to get that. You'll get these gradually as you end up doing your open world and whatnot, so you don't really have to worry about this too much if you are actively playing the game. The biggest thing I want to point out here, and first thing I want to point out here, is this, the node rewards. Now, as you end up doing these node rewards, not only you get a shit ton of Aurora rolls, you can see 750 per every single node completed, and you obviously gain some extra currency over here as well, which will be super useful for leveling. The other big thing that you get is going to be this operational EXP. This is extremely important for getting your Aurora Barrels, because if we go over here to our authority level, you will see that every single time I end up leveling with my authority level, I gain more Aurora Barrels. This is the #1 way that I ended up gaining Aurora Barrels extremely fast, and how I was able to do so many pulls in such a small amount of time. Highly recommend that you do these node rewards. Make sure you're taking the time and investing into this, so that way you can get all the rewards, all the Aurora Barrels, get all the levels, and you can start doing those pulls on the limited banner. Next thing I want to point out is there are rewards inside of here. I haven't quite done these yet. There's actually a lot I'm going to point out in here that I haven't actually done yet. As I wasn't focusing on the Aurora Barrels, I was mainly focusing on leveling. You see inside of here, the first time you end up completing these, you'll end up getting Aurora Barrels. There's 3 different difficulties for those. Also the Crisis Trials over here. I've only done this one for the level mat so far, and these will also give you Aurora Barrels. So something to keep in mind if you're trying to fish for those extra Aurora Barrels. Next up are the training. The training inside of here also give you Aurora Barrels. Each one of these that you complete will give you 20 Aurora Barrels. And there's quite a few. And the same exact thing over here for the characters as well. You complete the character trainings, it'll teach you how to play the character, and it'll also give you Aurora Barrels. The biggest thing in here, besides the nodes, are the simulations. Now, not only do these teach you how to play the game, so you should probably just be doing these anyway, another important thing, they also give this operator EXP. So that's going to tie back into the authority level. So make sure you're doing these as well. You can see I have every single one of them done here as levels are my main gate in order to get more of the open world exploration unlocked. Highly recommend you do that. Now that I'm capped out, I haven't done quite all of these yet. I'll get to those in a bit, maybe even after this video. I haven't really had time to play the game recently, which kind of sucks, honestly. So now I've explained F8 and everything you need to do in there. It's worth pointing out that your F7, which is your event tab, will have a bunch of goodies in here for pulls as well. You can see you get a good amount of pulls, I think 12 total from the Ardelia event over here. Daily login rewards. They have a guide over here that tells you how to get pulls as well. The New Horizons giveaway EXP. This will show you if you're ever lost on how to get pulls, where to get those from. They also have the Firewalker trial over here that gives you extra pulls. Combat drills over here. You can just try out the character. That'll give you some extra pulls. And then they also have the quest over here, which is the next thing that we'll talk about. I mentioned Operator EXP being extremely important, and doing these quests ties into that. You can see you get not only Aurora Barrels from this, but you also get character EXP and character mats. If you're looking for some extra materials, you're looking for some extra Aurora Barrels, quests are always a great way to do it. I've actually done most of mine. As you can see over here, most of these are just getting your factories up and running. So I'm still working on that. These quests do tie into the open world exploration as well, which we will talk about in a little bit, as it is the biggest source of Aurora Barrels in the game. Not the fastest though, like the nodes are. I kind of misspoke earlier. The nodes are the fastest one. The open world exploration is the largest source of it. What I want to mention before that though is regional development. If you go over here to regional development, this will gradually be obtained as you get more of these AIC factories put down, like right here, as you progress through the story. So the more of these you do, the more of the regional development you have. And then it'll continue leveling as you end up leveling up the levels from these. These give you a ton of goodies. These give you the standard banner pulls, which I'll mention directly after this, and Aurora Barrels. So you want to be doing this, you want to somewhat engage with the factory. It'll show you how to actually grab these over here. Very important. Let's segue that actually into the standard banner pulls, because for the pulling system in general, because I want you guys to understand how to get the most out of the pulling system before we even talk about the open world exploration, which is the biggest aspect. So as you pull, let me do a single pull. As you pull, you get a piece of garbage. Okay. You notice I get 2 things over here. I get the Arsenal tickets and I get this, the duplicate reward. This is because I have many copies of Estella. Now I need to show you guys something. When we go over here to our operators, we go to a character like, let's go to Estella. If you end up maxing out a character, which you can super easily with your 4 stars, you see over here I have 39 extras by the way. These will turn into one of the currencies for a pretty bit as I smash through these and they show me the artwork. By the way, side note, these artworks are actually fan art from various artists, and it shows the artist in the bottom of that. I thought that was pretty cool and just wanted to mention it. Look at this. I think that looks pretty cool. Anyway, now that I've maxed out her, every single dupe that I get after that, I can actually go over here into the AIC quota exchange, and I can exchange for these AIC quotas. These AIC quotas can be exchanged for the current banner headhunting permit. So in my case, you see I already bought out my 5, so I'm saving them for the next banner when the verdict comes out to go to buy 5 there as well. I'm not sure yet if these are actually worth going into, if you're going to get enough pulls for free to play to consider investing here. So I would hold off on that for now. You're not going to really miss out on too much there. Mainly just save these for the trial permit. Another thing I want to point out is the bond quotas. Now, if you look down here in the bond quota details, you can see that it tells you you get 50 of these every time you get a duplicate of a 6-star operator, and 10 of these every time you get a duplicate of a 5-star operator. So every 5-star operator you get, or rather every 2.5 5-star operators you get, you'll get one of these charter headhunter permits, or enough to be able to buy these. These are one of the resources that I used when I was trying to get a bunch of currency to pull in the Levitain banner. Do keep in mind, as you get duplicates, you will get more of the bond quota. People are asking if you should be saving for the marker of perseverance. I feel like going for the pulls is better because pulls are always the main resource that you get limited on in every gacha game as a free-to-play. And also, if you go for the more pulls, you're going to get more duplicates, which will give you even more bond quota in the long run and potentially even more 6-stars. So I feel like these are just better bang for your buck. Now, the standard banner ties into that because as you pull in the standard banner, you're going to be able to get those bond quotas and those AIC quotas much more easily. So it is actually very important that you end up using your standard banner pools as well if you're trying to accumulate as many pools as possible to be able to get late. There's one other source of standard banner pools that I want to point out over here before we talk about the open world exploration. So on the map, or right over here. So on the map, you're going to remember, if you play through the story, there's this bunny house. He's part of the stock exchange. The stocks come from doing these factory systems inside of the game. Lucky cares. Let's do some stock redistribution. And inside of here, you're going to be able to buy more standard banner pools. Once again, we're going to be able to give you duplicates. Duplicates can turn into bond quota, or AIC quota, whatever you end up getting from it, turn into limited banner. I'd highly recommend, though, that you save at least enough to be able to buy these, these. A quick rundown of this. You have friends added. You go over here to the lasting goods tab, and you can press on friends price and see just how much better you can sell these off to your friends. You can see this is a 446% increase, which is actually crazy. I'm gonna buy those right now. Actually, double check this one. Yeah, we're buying those right now. I'm gonna buy all these. We're gonna go resell it over there. Actually, I'm gonna show you guys how to do this real quick. So over here, my friend who has the most sell price is Sir Thing. So what I want to do is I want to go to my friends tab over here. So I want to go to friends, and I want to go look up Sir Thing over here, and then I'll press the ship icon, and it'll let me visit them. Now, as I visit them, I'll be able to sell this at the stock redistribution terminal inside of the Dijon ship. Am I even saying that right? I'm not sure. This guy's an Ardelius imp. Holy, wait, is that C1? All right, right over here, there's the stock redistribution terminal. Redistribution terminal. You can see right here, I have 55 of these. I can resell them, and I got 267,000 Valley stock bills. This is just a free source of stock bills. If you're someone who doesn't factory max, then you can just go ahead and do that. And this will give you a ton of bills that you can end up exchanging for those standard banner pools or whatever resources you need. Great stuff. With those explained, now let's explain the biggest source of resources for Aurora Worlds in the open world, which is the open world. I've seen a lot of people complaining about the pool currency, and I think it's because they're not actually doing the open world, rather. They're mainly just doing the story, and I agree, yeah, the story just doesn't give you that many resources. All the resources come from pretty much everything else. That said, don't feel like you need to skip out. You'll have enough time if you are actually playing the game in order to get the character, as I've already shown you. I got it literally on day one. All right, I'm in a part of the map I haven't actually fought yet. I just activated it. So there's a few things you need to know about the open world. One of them are those Arlenes that you see right there. You're going to see these little floating white blobs on the map, and you're going to see these moving as well. You just grab these, and as you grab those, if you grab enough, you can come over to these port places, and you can press submit Arlene as you see. You press submit Arlene as you see here. If you turn in enough of these, you will get Origiometry and Character EXP. I already mentioned why Character EXP is good earlier, but you also get the Origiometry from these. You get these from Wuling as well, which is the second major region. Make sure you are grabbing. The second thing I wanted to point out, and I just saw one over here. Oh, right here. Okay. So in the open world, you're going to notice these various objects that you can actually explode. Now, I don't know if this one actually has something behind it, but for you to explode these, you're going to need the bombs in your inventory. These bombs, they technically teach you how to make in the tutorial, but I imagine most people probably don't actually play through them. So, if you blow these up, you'll find stuff like this. This one, in this case, just gave me some character EXP. Those can also have like chests behind it. They can also lock off certain parts of the map, like they do over here. If you're not crafting these bombs, you're missing out on a ton of the rewards in the open world. So I'm going to show you guys how to craft these real quick. Right here, this is the facility I have for making the bombs. My two outputs are going to be Acatine and Amethyst ore. So over here, I have the Amethyst ore going into a refining unit. The refining unit goes into a fitting unit, which funnily enough was the nickname your dad had in high school. And those all go into the packing unit, which funnily enough was my nickname in high school. The Acatine, on the other hand, comes out of this port, it goes into the shredding unit, and it goes into the packing unit. And these will make bombs. I have more than enough bombs. Honestly, I should probably just turn this off. I have like 10,000 of them or something at this point. You don't need that many. You need roughly 200, maybe 300 for the open world from what I've seen so far. Now, some people are going to be confused about Acatine because they don't actually know how to make them. So I'm going to show you guys a quick tutorial on how to actually make it. All right, so for you to be able to produce Acatine, which is something I struggle with personally in the early game, you're going to want 1 seed unit and 2 planting units. You're going to place them right next to each other like this and like this. And then you're going to connect this here. You're going to connect this here. actually, that should be a little bit closer. Fixed. Then you're going to connect this here. And then you're going to connect this to, I mean, this can either go back over here, or I can go to, in my case, I'm just going to put it into a protocol stash like this. So what you would do is over here, you would grab some Akatine, which I'm sure you can find that on the map. Surely I don't need to baby you that much. Let's go grab Akatine over here, and I would go put this in here like so. And then now you'll see as I put the Akatine in here, which actually I need to quickly power these. So as I put the Akatine in here, you'll see that one of them is coming over here into this planting unit, and then one of them is coming over into this other planting unit. This seed picker over here gets 2 per every single 1 Akatine you use in here. So you can see 1 Akatine equals 2 of these. That means you're gonna have a permanent going on system. This is supposed to be your horror world guide, so if you want a more in-depth explanation, Muzzy actually is a pretty good guide on the factory. Check him out. I like that guy a lot, so go give him some love. Let's continue with the open world. One other thing I want to point out in the open world is you're going to notice I set up a relay network of relay towers over here that are all connected. Now, there's going to be certain parts on the map, like we're going to go see over here, where you need this to be able to power up certain aspects so you can just get inside of there. And you can see right here, my relay tower right there is connected all the way back from my AIC factory, and it powers up this electric nexus. There are some chests back here, so if you're ever wondering how to get those unpowered stuff, that's how you do it. You need to connect your relay system, so it brings the power all the way from your base over here, all the way into wherever it is that you have. I have much more of them on the map, but that's just one such example. One last thing I didn't actually get to point out because I forgot about it is that occasionally inside of this credit shop, you will see Aurora World in here. Now, there's no Aurora World today. There was on day 1 and day 3. Collect these credits from down here in the bottom corner. See down here, it'll tell you how exactly to get more credits, more visiting ships, and help them with their nexus and whatnot. I'm sure you guys can read through all these. You guys are literate. I believe in you. Hopefully, you learned how to farm enough gold slave skins for veterans. You can check out my beginner guide up here. You can check out my Pocket Niche guide over here. Make sure to subscribe if this content was helpful for you. And always check me out on twitch.tv/Rin, where I stream Archives Enfield. Not quite daily anymore because I'm busy making these videos for you guys, but pretty often.
No second chance. Once known, be death. Stop! Forward! Quick, take some of this. You're in perfect shape. Oh, you're awesome. Check all injuries.
Recursion. It confuses novices.
The conclusion of Davos 2026 was not marked by a return to quiet diplomacy, but by retreat delivered with a signature blow of spring. While President Trump chose to pull back from his immediate ruling out military force for now, he used his 80-minute address to explicitly demand the acquisition of Greenland, stating, "I want to get Greenland, including right title and ownership." For European capitals, this was less an armistice than a technical agreement by a leader whose alliances went back to territorial real estate. This territorial stuff bubbled up inside these, a weekend of maximum threats against these NATO allies led to a global $1 trillion sell-off on Tuesday, only to be followed by a framework established on Wednesday. Yet while the immediate pressure is, Europe is left wondering if or when this claim will be brought to the fore again. The crisis has exposed fundamental breaches that cannot be
Once known,
For decades, the transatlantic alliance was an arms race. Today, we worry that it's increasingly being treated as a bilateral transaction, where security is a product and allies are spongers. This breakdown in trust feels particularly jarring because on paper, a conflict between such deeply integrated partners makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. It brings to mind the central argument of Norman Angel's 1909 book, The Great Illusion. Angel correctly identified that the world had entered an era of globalization where economic interdependence made war amongst great powers fundamentally irrational. He famously illustrated the absurdity of modern conflict by pointing out that Lloyd's of London insured the German merchant marine. Should war break out, the British Navy would effectively be sinking ships that British insurers would then have to pay for. Angel argued that in a credit-based global economy, an invader could not seize a neighbor's wealth without destroying the foundational systems of exchange that supported their own prosperity. While his logic was indisputable, and while every state leader agreed with his conclusions, history demonstrated just 5 years later that just because a conflict is economically self-defeating does not mean that it won't happen. We're facing a similar paradox today. While our current era feels significantly more nervous than the world of 1909, the lesson remains. Economic logic is no longer a reliable guardrail when trust is replaced by coercion. In just 12 months, the nervous energy in Europe has transformed into a profound strategic recalculation. As The Economist has observed, the continent has moved rapidly through a terrifying progression from wondering if it can defend alongside America to questioning if it can defend without America to finally asking what it must do to defend itself from America. The Greenland crisis was the catalyst for this realization. To risk the stability of the entire Western alliance over ownership of an island to which the US already enjoys unparalleled military access and where US companies are already exploring mineral potential suggests that we've moved beyond policy disagreements and into the realm of coercion. Beyond the Greenland dispute, the broader geopolitical landscape seems to have shifted towards a state of profound anxiety. It was once unthinkable to imagine Canada, traditionally the US's most steadfast partner, wargaming a defensive strategy against its southern neighbor. Yet, the current climate has forced such contingencies into the war room. For Europe, accepting this new reality means acknowledging that strategic autonomy is no longer a distant ideal, but an urgent necessity for survival. However, building this autonomy will be a massive task, taking years, if not decades, as both Europe and the United States plug critical gaps in their military capabilities. The transition from the efficiencies of global integration towards a world of autarky, a self-sufficiency driven by mutual fear, will impose heavy costs. While the fiscal strain on national budgets will be immense, the burden will ultimately be felt by every consumer through higher prices and by every business through a fragmented, more expensive landscape for trade. While the Davos climb down has lowered the immediate temperature, it hasn't erased the need to refine the war room plans drafted in European capitals when the threat of economic warfare and annexation first hit the wires. Europe's defensive arsenal against American economic coercion is built on the realization that if trust is no longer the currency of the alliance, hard financial leverage must take its place. This is not an act of aggression, but a reluctant strategic recalculation, a way for the European Union to assert its status as a peer-level economy rather than a collection of expendable vassals. The realization has set in that relying on shared history is no longer a viable risk management strategy. If the US is going to treat the alliance as a series of transactional shakedowns, Europe has found that it's in everyone's interest to ensure the costs of those transactions are prohibitively high. The financial nuclear option is a phrase that has dominated the headlines, though it's important to note that it wasn't a policy proposal put forth by any European head of state. Instead, the idea of weaponizing Europe's $2.84 trillion in treasury holdings originated in the research departments of one of the very institutions that manage them. George Saravellas, the global head of FX research at Deutsche Bank, sparked the debate with a blunt memo titled "Europe owns Greenland, it also owns a lot of treasuries," arguing that the US's reliance on foreign creditors to pay its bills is its ultimate geopolitical weakness. This sentiment was echoed by Rebecca Patterson of the Council on Foreign Relations, who suggested that even if a total sell-off is unrealistic, Europe could send a devastating signal by simply scaling back exposure through government-affiliated investors like public pension funds. This argument gained enough traction.
Endman, I believe Fiona has filled you in on the situation. Operator Arclight was the one who requested support. The Hannibit Circuit. They're a partner of Enfield Industries. Simply put, the Circuit is a group of wildland roamers who are happy to share the wisdom of survival. Many refer to their tribes as the Academy of the Wilderness. Operator Arclight happens to be their song seeker. They travel around and lend their aid to those in need. She taught many about the techniques of survival. Song seekers acquire plenty of experience as they travel and endure the wilderness. They would teach these lessons in the form of Hannah songs to anyone who needs them. Naturally, this also includes Enfielders.
But now, a song seeker is asking us for help. That means she's probably facing some serious trouble.
We better not delay then. Let's hurry and ask her about the situation.
Someone's waiting for us by the entrance. Wait, Perlica. That doesn't look like Arclight.
Over here! Oh, thank goodness you've arrived so quickly.
I haven't seen you for a while, Karja. Why are you the one meeting up with us? Where's Arclight?
Arclight went out looking for the child, right after she left you the message. She asked me to stay here so I can tell you about the situation. A child went missing from our camp. She disappeared around noon today.
A child went missing? At noon? We gotta start looking for her. Do you have any clues?
She's a friend of Ginny's, and her name's Mia. Her brother has patrol duty today and asked me to look after her. Mia's an energetic girl. She really likes to run around the camp. I told her that this area isn't very safe. But I was tasked with something else this morning and took my eyes off her for just a brief moment. By the time I went to get her for lunch, she was already gone. Oh yeah, we got some drawings up ahead. Mia made them by painting over the Landbreaker graffiti. Arclight found them and told me she could use them as clues. So she left to follow Mia's drawings. The mere mentioning of Landbreakers gives me the shakes. I'm worried that...
Perhaps the drawings have meaning. Maybe Mia is trying to tell us something with them.
Endman, let's follow this trail of clues.
Thank you so much. I know the others won't let me go because they think I'll just end up causing more trouble. Please help us find Mia.
Arclight ventured out into the wilderness on her own at a time like this? She must be really skilled.
There was something here. A quest.
High threat hostile. Approach with caution.
This ain't normal. We getting buggers? This ain't normal.
Oh. Это...
Watch your... Give it a go. Ready to strike. Crystallize.
There it is.
that sound?
Time to fight. Leave it to me. Make yourself here. Trust in me. Face your edge. Shift sequence. Incredible move. We're in perfect sync. No hardship will stop us. We handled that side well.
Stay alert. This hostile poses significant threat.
Alert. Insufficient power output. Entering core AIC area.
The Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent felt compelled to address it at Davos, dismissing the talk as media hysteria and a false narrative that defied logic. For all the talk of hysteria, some investors weren't just listening, they were acting. In the frantic week of the Greenland crisis, a Danish pension fund announced that it was divesting its entire $100 million portfolio of US government bonds, citing the poor health of US public finances and the unpredictability of the administration. More significantly, the Swedish pension giant Alecta confirmed that it had trimmed its holdings by roughly $7 billion to $9 billion, explicitly citing the reduced predictability in American policymaking as a growing risk factor. The question then is no longer just whether the idea is on the table, but whether it's actually a viable weapon. So let's look at whether Europe could actually follow through with a coordinated strike like this, or if the financial realities of the 21st century make this a suicide pact. Before I dig into that, let me tell you about this week's video sponsor, GenSpark AI. If you're like me, your browser probably has way too many tabs open for different AI tools, and you might not enjoy paying for 5 different monthly subscriptions. Well, that all ends today because I want to introduce you to GenSpark AI, who hit $100 million annual run rate in 9 months. GenSpark is what they call a super agent. It's an all-in-one workspace that replaces use your individual subscriptions to things like ChatGPT, Claude, and Gemini, so instead of jumping between apps, GenSpark dynamically selects the best model for your specific task, giving you access to the world's most powerful models like GPT 5.2, Claude 4.5, and Gemini 3 Pro. Beyond the bond market, Europe has been readying its anti-coercion instrument, a trade bazooka specifically designed to counter economic blackmail. It's a stark reflection of the current state of affairs that this tool was originally conceived to defend the bloc against authoritarian pressure from China and Russia. It was first proposed after Beijing attempted to blackmail Lithuania by cutting off trade over its ties with Taiwan. Seeing it now discussed as a primary defense against the United States, traditionally a European ally, represents a surprising and historic shift in the transatlantic relationship. What makes the ACI so potent is its ability to bypass the usual veto power that often paralyzes European foreign policy. Unlike most security decisions that require unanimous consent, the ACI operates through qualified majority voting, which means that while 55% of member states, representing 65% of the total population, must agree, a single dissenting capital can no longer block a unified response. It turns European trade policy into a centralized, one-for-all, all-for-one defense system. This tool allows Brussels to move past simple tit-for-tat tariffs and unleash a far broader menu of countermeasures. For instance, the EU could legally bar US tech firms from bidding on massive public procurement contracts for hospitals, schools, and digital infrastructure, markets where American vendors currently enjoy a substantial share. They could also choose to restrict or outright close access to the EU's 450 million consumer market for US financial services, hitting Wall Street banks and venture capital funds where it hurts. In perhaps the most radical move available, the ACI even allows Europe to revoke the intellectual property rights of companies from the coercing country. This would effectively jailbreak American software and hardware, allowing European firms to legally ignore US patents and commercial protections within the single market. While the trade bazooka targets the digital and financial software of the modern economy, Europe has also been identifying the industrial hardware bottlenecks where the US remains critically dependent on Europe. The centerpiece of this strategy is the Dutch firm ASML, which holds a global monopoly on the EUV lithography machines needed to manufacture the world's most advanced computer chips. Analysts are increasingly describing ASML as Europe's version of rare earths, a unique technological gatekeeper that gives Brussels a massive say in the global AI race. If Europe were to restrict the export, or even more subtly the servicing of these machines, it would strike a direct blow to the Silicon Valley innovation engine that the White House views as its primary strategic asset. As you'll start to see with many of these solutions, the ASML chokehold is more of a mutual leash. While the machines are designed and built in the Netherlands, they are filled with American-made components, like the high-powered Cymer lasers from San Diego. Under the Foreign Direct Product Rule, Washington could veto the export of any product that contains a significant amount of US technology. So, if Brussels tries to use ASML as a weapon, the US can essentially brick the production line by cutting off the American parts and software updates that keep those machines alive. Leverage isn't just found in high-end silicon, it's also in more basic industrial feedstocks that keep American manufacturing humming. The EU has already been treating aluminium and steel scrap as a critical secondary raw material, moving to restrict its export. This would hit the US steelmakers who rely on using recycled materials to keep their energy costs down. By cutting off the flow of specialized chemicals and industrial products, Europe is signaling that it can clog the arteries of American industry just as effectively as any digital lockout. Finally, there's the most conventional part of the arsenal, the €93 billion or $108 billion retaliatory list of tariffs originally drafted after the Liberation Day shock of last year. Liberation Day is on April 1st for those who celebrate it. These aren't just randomly applied to drive up costs on European consumers. They're carefully calibrated to maximize political pain in America while minimizing the price tag for European voters. By targeting soybeans, for example, the EU is sending a direct message to the agricultural heartland that supports Republican leaders like House Speaker Mike Johnson. The list also features the classic targets, iconic American products like Harley-Davidson motorcycles, Levi's jeans, and American whiskey. These were chosen precisely because they're easily replaced by European, Japanese, or South American alternatives. The goal is to make the trade war feel expensive to the average American voter while ensuring that the European side of the ledger remains balanced. As effective as this arsenal of trade weapons might appear at first glance, it's mostly built on a series of macroeconomic myths. In the high-stakes theater of Davos, the threat of a treasury dump or a tariff wall makes for great headlines, but as the dust settles, the economic reality is far more sobering. The argument that a massive sell-off of US debt by European bondholders would spike interest rates and bankrupt the US, who are highly indebted and trying to reduce the interest rate on the massive deficit spending, doesn't hold up to scrutiny. For starters, the act of dumping bonds on such a scale is inherently self-defeating. By flooding the market, you drive down the price of the very assets you're trying to exit, essentially setting fire to your own portfolio to spite your neighbor. Furthermore, once you've dumped the bonds, you're left with US dollars. You now need to find another currency to store trillions of dollars of wealth in. There simply aren't many economies with open capital accounts liquid enough to absorb trillions in savings. Large alternatives like China or India have strict capital controls in place. Even if you pivoted to trillions in Japanese bonds, Tokyo would likely just recycle those funds back into US treasuries, leaving you indirectly exposed. It just wouldn't work. The economist Michael Pettis makes a more sophisticated argument about why this wouldn't work. He argues that the threat to weaponize treasuries is a dud, because foreign capital inflows are not a gift to the US, but instead a burden. The inflows force the US to run massive trade deficits and pile up debt just to balance the global ledger. He explains that you can't change your capital account without changing the trade account, and you can't change external imbalances without also changing internal imbalances. According to Pettis, suppression of consumption in China and other export-driven countries leads to huge trade surpluses in their countries and thus to large deficits abroad. His argument is that when capital is not being drawn into a country by the need for investment, but instead is being pushed in to compensate for imbalances abroad, like China exporting way more than they import, the foreign capital doesn't fund investment, it indirectly funds the consumer or fiscal borrowing. He argues that if export-driven economies stopped storing their excess savings in American bonds, it would likely help the US by forcing its trade deficit to shrink and its domestic savings to rise. This leads into what Martin Wolf of the Financial Times describes as the lunacy of the current tariff obsession. Wolf argues that Trump's tariffs can't actually save American industry. They'll simply shift domestic production away from the efficient production of exportable goods towards the less efficient production of import substitutes. You might protect a few specific factories this way, but you do it by making the rest of the country poorer and less competitive. Richard Salmons of the Brookings Institute takes this idea further, arguing that the problem is that world leaders are trying to use microeconomic tools like tariffs under Trump and subsidies under Biden to fight a macroeconomic war. These trade tools are blunt instruments being used to address a system that's actually suffering from a massive imbalance between what different nations save and what they invest, which is mostly driven by consumption suppression abroad. He argues that these tools treat the superficial symptoms of the underlying problem with an overprescription of an outmoded medicine that runs the risk of precipitating a cascading failure of the patient's vital functions. Sammons argues that the time is ripe for a new deal, not unlike the Plaza and Louvre Accords of the 1980s, to be struck among the major economic powers, which would strengthen the growth and stability of the world economy, an outcome that would be greatly in the national interests of Europe, China, and the United States. The US does want to see trade rebalance. Europe is prepared to do its part, and China does seem to have recognized after wave upon wave of supply-side investment stimulus that it has no choice but to boost domestic consumption in order to maintain sufficient growth in output and employment. My worry is that people in positions to make these changes don't understand the nature of the problem and believe that tariffs or subsidies will fix everything. As Martin Wolf points out, the interaction of US trade policy with its fiscal policy offset each other. The tariffs are supposed to reduce, if not eliminate, trade deficits, while the large external deficits mean, by definition, that the country is spending more than its income, meaning that it has to buy from abroad. With the US economy running close to its potential with very low unemployment, no further quick way to raise incomes exists. So reducing the external deficit would require reductions in national spending. Ultimately, the attacks and counterattacks, meaning the US tariffs and the European retaliations, simply make everyone poorer. The true danger, as The Economist notes, isn't just the shrinking GDP, it's the permanent evaporation of trust between historically friendly nations. If we enter an era of autarky where every nation feels compelled to build its own redundant, expensive, and fragile fortress economy, it's no longer about more expensive soy or motorcycles, it's about the end of the efficiency-first era, where we trade the gains of global trade for the expensive, redundant safety of the bunker. As capital is diverted in the US and Europe to military spending, we find ourselves moving from a world of the great illusion, where we believed that economic ties made war impossible, to a world where the new illusion is that anyone can actually win in this scenario of growing hostility between formerly friendly nations. The Economist warns that while Trump backed down at Davos, Europeans should still heed the language in his speech, which betrayed an ominous contempt for Europe and for the value to America of the transatlantic alliance as it works today. They warn that if the rest of the world decides that they can no longer trust America, Germany, Japan, Poland, and South Korea would rush to rearm and possibly seek nuclear weapons. Proliferation, they argue, would curb the value of America's own arsenal and inhibit its statecraft. They argue that China and Russia won't necessarily agree with Mr. Trump on where America's influence ends and theirs begins, and this might lead to a war so devastating that America could not stay out of it. If you found this video interesting, you should watch my video, The Weaponization of the Dollar, that explains how difficult it would be for the United States to lose its reserve currency status. Don't forget to check out our sponsor, GenSpark AI, using the link in the description. Have a great day, and see you in the next video. Bye.
A gift is but a gentle token of heartfelt sincerity. That's how the saying goes. But if someone's truly sincere, no gift will be fitting enough. Well, I just hope you'll like this one, Endman. Whoa! I almost didn't see you, Endman!
I know all of us have seen the videos of
I am open to
what is basically the execution of Alex Preddy. I've seen it from more angles and more times than I care to repeat. I'm not going to give an in-depth frame-by-frame analysis. You don't need a lawyer to tell you what you can see with your own eyes, which is that it was an inexcusable state-sanctioned murder. There is no excuse, there is no justification, and it is the latest in what is probably a long line. This one happens to have been videotaped, thankfully, by many brave bystanders. As you can tell, I'm not in my studio. I was on a plane yesterday. Oh God, it's cold out here. It's 0 degrees, which is still 10 degrees warmer than it is in Minneapolis right now. But in some sense, I do this for a living. I analyze the videos that are out there and think about things from a legal perspective. And I saw the first video when it came out. It was pretty clear. But with any video taken from across the street, there's some ambiguity. And but I think the second video came out. In the second video, you can hear that Alex Preddy's last words were, "Are you okay?" Which he said to the woman that was next to him, who had been pushed down by the ICE or CBP officer who was acting unhinged, where Alex Preddy just has his phone out and his left arm is free. I think those were his last words, and I think those were his last acts, was trying to help the woman that was pushed down by the man in the green sweatshirt, who I think eventually was the first agent who shot him. And like I said, I'm not going to go frame by frame, but to my eyes, the last thing that Alex Preddy did was to help others. And look, my legal analysis doesn't change when the victim is, a bank robber or a saint. Everyone deserves the same rights. And it doesn't justify or justify less the actions of what happened, but it does heighten the loss of what happened and the people whose rights are being taken away and their lives are being taken away. So look, I'm gonna try and gather some thoughts, which I'm only going to do because I think a lot of people are, thinking the same thing. Whether you're a lawyer or a layperson, I think we're all absolutely enraged, not only by, the loss of Alex Preddy, but Renee Good and everyone else who has been, pushed aside and has been caught in this web of what is clearly illegal action from our federal government. Like I said, it doesn't change the legal analysis, but it does say something that Alex Preddy and Renee Good before him seem to be the best of us. And there's a reason why they were gunned down. It's because they put themselves out there. And by God, that's commendable. And we need to continue to stand up because they did too. And look, you don't need to be a lawyer to know that their shootings were not justified. But I think we need to take a step back too to recognize that.
Okay, well, whatever. So, yeah. Late night. Gonna go to work tomorrow. Hopefully. So that's going to be it for the stream. Good luck, fun. Thanks for watching. I will see you next time.
Hi everyone, it's Peg here. Today I'm bringing you
This is how 99% of the people complaining about Enfield's combat play Enfield. And this is how you actually make Enfield's combat look fun. Today, I'm going to teach you how to get from that slower paced combat to something more like the latter. I'm going to be debunking the myth that Enfield's combat is boring. That way, you can enjoy Enfield just as much as I am. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and let's get to it. Arknight's Enfield is a learning man's game. And as such, there are three major aspects about the game that you need to understand in order to actually get to the entertaining parts. Those are combo skills, team building, and unit roles. But don't worry, I'm here to teach you all three. First things first, let me actually teach you about combo skills and why they're so important inside of Arknight's Enfield. You can see right here when I hover Aviwena's combo skill, it says when the controlled operator performs their final strike on a target active with electric infliction or electrification, she'll do whatever her combo skill does. In our case, this is actually extremely important to understand because that means she can't actually proc her combo skill on her own kit without actually using her ultimate. That means you're gonna have an extremely slow rotation as your skill is what actually generates that ult, as well as your combo skill. What that means is when team building, we need to actually put other characters who synergize with Aviwena in the team. In our case,
does this sound familiar? And what about these? Sounds used to be a key part of the technology we all use. Some were iconic, some were annoying, but they weren't put there by chance. They were put there for a very specific reason.
Начинать, наверное, нужно с очередных мирных переговоров в Абу-Даби. Проходят они сразу в двух форматах, новом и привычном. Новый заключается в том, что три делегации, Россия, Украина и США.
I know all of us have.
Yo, YouTube! What's up, guys? This is like day 3, day 4 of Enfield. I have stopped my progress right before Wuling. We are right before Wuling right now. I intentionally did this because I wanted to finish a factory setup of purely Valley 4. Okay, so we're level 47. You guys know I'm mastery refreshing. You probably know the Li Feng incident, whatever. I'm gonna show you guys what I created.